It's a crime and shame with Sunny Justice. Deb, are you in here? Yeah, there she goes. Okay. You know what? I thought I'd do it this way because my husband, I called him and he was sleeping. So yeah. Yeah. Still gonna miss him for a few more days. Anyways, so let me pull up Google Earth, okay, Deb? Let me see, share screen. Because yeah, I'm thinking about it. I know, right? It's like when's the last time you saw me? You must be sick of my voice already. Okay, let me pull up my Google Maps here. On there. Okay. So I know. I just couldn't get enough for you guys. But so I was talking to Deb and I just wanted to show her, or whoever else wants to watch too. So if this is 55 feet away, okay, and this is like say 60 feet. So I think that they're kind of putting this one here, like maybe, like, you know how Google Earth here is here, because it was around this platform, I believe. So that's 69 feet. So let's say more like 70 feet probably. Okay, so let me just hit BG BG. Okay. So I mean, when you look at it, is it really that far? You know? So okay, so again, we're kind of talking about peace. We're kind of talking about the BG coming from the south side or the north side. And so peace. Do you think, was it the south side or north side that you think, peace? For how come some people have it where they can make this look straight? I'm not like the best Google Earth person in the world. Unlike Gray Hughes. But I try to teach myself shit. And I'm just thinking, if this is like 60 feet about there, 60 feet, is that snow outside my window? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Hey, Chihuahua. I said south, but then you got me thinking. Well, I'm just trying to think. So, in our heads, then, right? If it's from the south side here, let me flip it back around. Okay. So, we know that in the photo with Libby, unless they took him out, we don't see the BG, behind Libby. But then you never know with what they're putting out there. So, if you think about it, you'd have to think that, he was down here waiting, passed around her, and hold on. And then let's go 1 second. I do that, and I just want to go over to, so, oops, get rid of that. Hey, get out of my way, stupid thing. Okay. Okay, so if the question was posed to Becky, do you know the order in which you saw / heard the following? Libby records BG 60 feet south end. Girl talk, mention about a man behind them. Libby records BG 60 feet south end. So she's recording, so that means that Libby's still walking towards, obviously. Discussion, whispering of what they should do. Commenting the trail ends. Guys down the hill was spoken by BG. Was the guys and down the hill in the same sentence / phrase? Order is right. He said, guys, Libby responds. Then down the hill. It's just, here, let's just try to think about this for a second here. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking outside and I'm like watching little flakes come down. Okay. So, I mean, obviously we have to think of a few things here. We have to think of the fact if the BG was, at the south end, okay, that he was probably somewhere over here. And then if she's recording while he's 60 feet out, that would mean that he walked by the girls, right? And then turned around. Because he would have had to have turned around. And then, so she's recording from 60 feet out. I mean, it just seems weird. Like, it makes the most sense that he came from the north, yes. Right? It just makes the most sense. That would line up, mostly, if you think about it in your head, that would line up with the whole, he's 60 feet away. Is he still behind us? Type of idea. Because, I mean, Greeno did it in 3 minutes and something, doing it really fast. We know the BG walked with ease, in a sense, like he's done it before, I'm sure, or just doesn't care about heights. And, I mean, his hands are in his pockets, So I think that's pretty brazen. So he would have to walk by them. It just to me in my head, that statement would seem odd. Like, is he still, hold on, what was it? That statement would seem odd. Mentions the man behind them. Mention of the man behind them. Libby records the BG South End. Girls talk. Mention of the man behind them. Discussing spring. What we should do. Kids, Dad, help me think here. Thank you, Lisa. Hope you're doing well. I've been looking at some content creators about Delphi. I like facts. Thanks, Chihuahua. Okay, let's see here. You know what? Just put your guys' thoughts in here. I'm just curious what you guys are thinking, So I'll say it again. Libby records BG 60 feet south end. The girls talk. Mention of the man behind them. Discussion of whispering what they should do. Commenting the trail ends. And then guys. Down the hill was spoken by the BG. And then Becky says, the order is right until the last. He says, guys. Libby responds, then says, down the hill. She said, if they're discussing and whispering what they should do. Well, I guess the thing here is that we really can't, right, remember to not associate the walking on the bridge with when he's literally saying that, because obviously she was recording him, but it's not like at that moment that the record starts with him being on the bridge, that's when things are being said. It's said towards the end of that 43 seconds. It's just if this was planned, it would seem more logical doing it from the south side, which it was planned. Okay, let's see what piece is it. Thanks, Joa. Coming from the front end of the bridge and walking under it, there's a hill. Coming from the front end, the north side. Coming from the front end of the bridge and walking under it. Hey, peace. Just to ask you, if I drop you a link, you want to use an avatar or something and come chat? Just curious. You don't have to say yes. Sometimes it's just easier to speak. He was coming up behind Abby and Libby. It's okay. If you want to try, you can try. If not, that's okay. They were saying that there's nowhere to go because the trail ends there. Right. Well, so we know that they went from the north to the south side. We know that. It's just a question of if the BG came from behind them, the north side, or does it seem more logical that he walked by them? Because he would have to walk by them and then, turn around, obviously. And then at this point, they must be close together if they're whispering about like the trail ends and. What do you guys think seems more logical? That they were walking and then the BG kind of fast paced it across the bridge and kind of like, came at them that way? Or do you think it's more logical that, because he would have had to have crossed them, passed over them? Yeah, I know. It's because this was bugging me about this whole south end of the bridge thing. Okay. I do know, all I can say is I do know from the pictures I've looked at and from my markings that definitely the cameras, if you were, taking the camera to someone that's ahead of you. So we know that's camera is facing that way properly. It's not like someone said that could have been holding it over her shoulder or underneath and recording it backwards now, because then it would be different. So it means, to me, that means that the recording is as if he was coming at them and she's just recording, because his markings are on that same side. Yeah, it's possible. I'm just curious. Because I'm just thinking about the words that were used or how it's kind of said here. Libby records 60 feet south end. Okay. Girls talk, mention of the man behind them. Discussion, whispering of what they should do. So obviously, there's somebody behind them and the girls are closer and they're talking about the person behind them, whispering what they should do, that the trail comes to an end. But it's just that when I hear that in my head, I think it seems odd to hear that conversation if he's walked by them. So unless there's of course some more audio there that we're missing, um, because we know that there's like the rustling of the leaves, yeah, like the rustling sound. Possibly walk. So that's why I kind of think after the recording, they go down on the north side. Oh, I know, but that's just the thing is that we absolutely know that that recording was at the south end side. That's why I kind of think that after the recording, they go down the north side. Yeah, but that's the thing is that we know it was on the south side because of the markings on the bridge. So it wouldn't make sense with that theory about the north side. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, I believe, on this one piece. Like down the hill was referring to that. Yeah. Well, see, what Kelsey and that didn't think was important at the time. One sec, piece of. Uh-oh, that's a yawn. But what was it? Oh, Kelsey, what they didn't realize was important that her and Cody had saw disturbed disturbed soil and leaves, like somebody, like somebody slipped or whatever. When you know what I mean? When somebody kind of slips or whatever. Or disturbed soil, regardless. So P says yes, but that don't mean he didn't take them back after it ended. Yeah, but the recording was on the bridge. Like that was from that's what the whole thing Becky is confirming is that they were 60 feet away. Um and that 60 feet is exactly from the north end of the or south end of the bridge. Right. And we don't know. Right. I mean, there was footprints. I believe that there like that was one of the things that said that is why they found because they saw footprints. And that's kind of what led them to I think the first group was because of footprints. Oh yeah, we don't know that. Oh my god. I'm gonna keep yawning here. Sorry, when I yawn once, it's just like contagious to myself. Right. If he was taking them back across the bridge, he would have said, "Get across the bridge." He told them to get down the hill. Yeah, it's just I think we can safely say that it's nothing to do with the north side. Everything was to do with the south side. The whole where he exactly was, according to the picture that was taken by Libby of Abby, that dictates exactly what's where. Oh my god. So sorry guys. Okay. Yeah, one second. I gotta go off camera for a second to get my yawning under control. Um, yeah, so that was exactly where the picture was taken and how they determined, of course, that it was the south side where they were at just by that picture that Libby had taken of Abby. And so, like I said, if that is true, like that Becky says, right, 60 feet south end side. Yeah, I mean Becky said yes, everything is right up until the last part. So Libby records south 60 feet south end. Girls talk, mention man behind them, discussing, whispering of what we should do, commenting at the trail ends. Then guys down the hill was spoken by BG. And then she says, was guys and down the hill on the same sentence as right? But then that's when she says, yes, but Libby responds. He says, guys. Libby responds. Then he says, down the hill. Whoops. So I'm pretty sure we can safely say definitely it was that south side. Yeah. Yeah. Forgot about the soil, yeah. Well, apparently so did they until, then they realized. Because at the time, they weren't thinking like, oh, like disturbed soil. Mm, yeah. I don't know. It just seems more likely that they would be at the south side. Even just for the whole planning of it, that it would be more like, why would you want to follow them across the entire bridge? But it makes you wonder. Okay, it obviously makes you wonder, though. Okay, when you think about it logically, you're asking yourself, okay, how did they even know that they were going to get to the bridge that day? Like, what was it that they knew that Abby and Libby were going to be there, or at least Libby was going to be there, right? That kind of boggles your mind, because you're thinking like, okay, if it was planned, and Kelsey saying that it wasn't planned. I mean, at the end of the day, the girls would still need a way to get there. So meaning, let's just say that on the 12th, they did the I got a secret thing. Maybe they were going to go for some initiation thing. Who knows? Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were going to meet up with whatever. But the thing is that Kelsey would have had to have said, like, yeah, the girls wanted to, they asked me the night before or something. But they basically said, no, this wasn't a planned thing. But even, like, let's just say even Libby and Abby knew that, hey, you know what? We're going to get Kelsey to take us to the bridge or whatever. But the thing is that Kelsey says, well, you know what? I always say no to Libby. And I thought that I would say yes this time, because I'm sorry. My God. Because I'm always saying no. So this is where it makes the brain hurt. Yeah. So what are you saying here? Right, Chihuahua, and at the risk that someone would come up the trail and onto the bridge and see him. Libby trusted her sister to take them, so they made plans. The kids made secrets. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense that Kelsey would simply lie. Like, I know people want to say that Kelsey's like a liar and she's saying these different things. Um, there's no reason for Kelsey to lie, like in general, because who's Matthew? My son, I think. So it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't come off as sounding right to the ear. If Kelsey, I don't think Kelsey knew it was planned. Right. Well, right, Deb. That's what I'm thinking. That Kelsey doesn't know it was planned. But the thing is that the girls still had to get an okay. Like, they still needed someone to take them there. So that's what I have to always connect in my head. Yeah, but it's kind of like, is it too far stretching to say she was asked to say that or told to say that? You know? Is it too far to say that she was told to say it wasn't planned? Or is it true? Because it just seems like, like not all this is like espionage and, um, all these twists and turns. I just think it reeks of a fuck up right from the get go that cost them. That's what I personally think, Chihuahua. I think that they saw on. Yeah, but mm, it's just that okay, Deb, and that my mind has gone there too. But then I have to start equating about everything that he had on him. It doesn't make sense that he come off with a microphone and headphones and jacket stuffed. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So there's like a lie in there somewhere. There's something there that's not right. So it's kind of like I said. So yeah, if it is a catfish, okay. Well, sure they can lure the girls to the bridge. So the only equation that's not making sense is the fact that Kelsey said and Becky said that it wasn't like it was planned. Hmm. Maybe Libby asked her to keep a secret about meeting a boyfriend, and now Kelsey wants to protect her sister's last wish. You know, the only thing that's stopping a lot of this equation from working is Kelsey's statement, that statement. So that statement, could be true that she is just saying it because she was told to say that to help with the investigation that way, in a sense, if you know what I'm saying. So, hmm, I'm just trying to think of another thing that could possibly be the reason because this totally reeks of a planned murder. This doesn't reek of, we definitely know it's not a stranger, you know, definitely know it's not a stranger from out of town, from some sort of, so what confused me at first is that when I go to Anna Williams' Intellius file, it says that she lived in Frankfort, Indiana. And so I thought to myself, oh, that's how Keegan knows from Frankfort, Indiana, small little town. They probably, da 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 da, but I don't still think this is right to me, would be Keegan's revenge. Mm-hmm. There's nothing about this that's last minute. What about the treasure finds where people leave things, right? Talking about the geocaching and the hunt, and it was last minute. There's nothing last minute about the BG. There's not. There's nothing last minute about it. But what could make it seem like it was perhaps, um, perhaps rushed is the fact if the girls were taken away and then had to be staged later because it went a different way than planned. Yeah, she'd been there the day before geocaching. Yeah. I just don't believe the geocaching has anything to do with the murders at all. myself. Oh, my dryer's going off. Hmm. Yeah, but how does that lead us to the fact of that Libby and Abby went to the bridge, and I don't either. But how does that lead us to the fact that Abby and Libby got to the bridge, and according to not Libby, Becky and Kelsey, that it was a last minute thing that they were helping doing chores to earn some money. She asked if Kelsey wanted to go shopping. Kelsey said no. Then she asked if she wanted to go to the bridge, and Kelsey said she had to go to her boyfriend's and then work because she worked at 4, but she could drop them off. And that she felt bad saying no. So she went back and said, well, if you can find a way home, then I will take you there. Now, I found this odd because I just picture the house. And the way Becky made it sound was that Kelsey walks into the living room basically, and says, hey, I'm going to go see my boyfriend before work, da da da. And then Libby says, can you drop us off at the bridge? Hmm. Okay, let's see what Deb's saying. What if they talked to the BG and he said, come to the bridge tomorrow? What if they talked to the BG? He said, come to the bridge tomorrow, and they didn't know what time, but he messaged them and said, yeah. See, my thing is this, or kind of. I keep thinking that they were talking with someone. At that age, kept secrets. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of keep thinking that they were talking with someone, and that it was like on the 12th. I feel like on the 12th it was that they knew that they were going to try to go to the bridge. Um Hence we have a secret. Was the secret about initiation? Was it to meet like I said, some boys, So then in my head it's like, okay, but if Kelsey's saying this, and the girls needed to obviously get a ride to go there, there was no for certain thing to say that those girls were going to actually be there. So did it just turn out because it was a hope and a prayer that that Libby would end up being there? Um and the fact that it was so, you know, man, that's the part that gets me, yeah? Why can't How hard is this to make sense of? You know? Because it's like, is Kelsey telling the truth? Is Kelsey not telling the full truth? Okay, they wanted to go to the mall first. Yeah. When Becky wouldn't take them until later, they had to change plans. When Kelsey said she was going to her boyfriend's, they told him to meet at the bridge. She told him to meet at the bridge. If that was the case, then that would almost come off like it was a singular killer. That would almost sound like it was a singular killer then. Hmm. Because if it's a plan thing, right, everything's already set in motion, waiting for that moment. Yeah, this is where I struggle because my brain just goes, what the hell? How do I connect this? How do I connect this? Okay. Okay. So maybe the first plan was to meet at the mall, but had to change to the bridge because that's where they could get dropped off. Mm-hmm. Just kind of seeing here. Possibly. But so now in saying all this, right? This would be attaching it to the revenge against Derek. So the I definitely don't see it as Keegan reaching out talking to these girls. Unless no, don't see that. Maybe he was gonna pick him up at the mall. And drive them to where the group was. I wonder. Right, Dave. Okay, you know what, you guys? If you guys don't want to watch this or not, but whatever, I'm gonna play it, and let's just kind of think about this. So let me find it again. What the heck's that channel? We'll open up a different one. YouTube. Um. um yeah, which is the one? Okay. Now we're not gonna watch all of it, but let's just watch some of it. I'm here all night. Play what you want. Well, I don't have all night. But okay, so let's take that away. Share screen. Hold on a second. Share screen. Share screen. Let's go to. Okay, we'll show it in the big. Okay, make it bigger. Where are you? Okay, and then take my ass out of there. And okay, one sec here. Hello. So if anyone doesn't want to watch this paranormal TV zone when when this one's medium is talking about the Delphi girls, her path is virtually my path. Although I feel like some of it's wrong, but who knows, right? Anyways, I want you guys just to listen to some of this. I think it's very interesting. But let's get
years. I am a psychic development instructor, so I've developed my own psychic development workshops, which range from telepathy or third eye training or.
Dad is at their agreed pickup spot, but no sign of the girls. He called on the cell phone, but his calls became unanswered. He left his car to search for them. He walked, let me show the path. This is really difficult, guys, trying to do this and talk at the same time. He left his car to go search for them, and he walked their path that they would probably have taken. At 4 p.m., with no sight of the girls, he called Libby's grandmother and Abby's mother, and he asked for their help in the search. Now, both families were searching for the girls, but they were unable to find them. At 5:30 p.m., the police were called. A full search was underway. Around the same time, Libby's phone went dead, and the search ended with no answers that day. The next morning, the search resumed with canines, divers, and the FBI. Around noon, hold on for a second. Around noon, the bodies of the two girls were found by a volunteer approximately half a mile from where Libby last took her snapshot that was taken. The next day, the autopsies were completed and no other information was given by the police on how they died. All right, hold on, guys. Okay, and this here is a map. You could see where the drop off was, and then if you go over farther, circled is the bridge, and then just a little ways up is where the bodies were found. And the upper picture up there is the actual location, visual location. A photo of the man. There's a photo of a man that was released by the police, and this photo was taken off of Libby's phone. All right, there he is. They also released a small audio clip taken from the phone, and in the clip, the man, you could hear him say, "Down the hill." Why the video was taken is still a mystery to the police, but they think it was a conscious decision by Libby to film this man because she sensed something might be wrong. On July 17th, police released a sketch of what the suspect would look like. Okay, let me find that. Okay, this was the first sketch. Now, this was released on July 17th, 2017. Now, to date, the only person of interest is Daniel Nations, and on September 25th, 2017, he was arrested in Colorado on suspicion of carrying a hatchet, threatening people on various trails, and a possible shooting on the trail. On April 22nd, the police held a press conference. The case now is going in another direction, releasing an updated sketch of the suspect. This was the result of a 2-year investigation, and the new sketch shows a man with a broader range of age, between 18 and 40 years old. All right, so let me show you. This is, okay, so this is who they was suspecting as the possible murderer, and this is the picture of, this is Daniel Nations.
You know, the girls happened to.
They have this one, kind of similar, but one is older and one is younger. So that's the case in a nutshell here. So before, now hold on for 1 second. Let me get rid of some of this. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to start with Angela Thomas, and I have a lot of questions for her. So I want to start with Angela.
Yes.
I want to know, was this a coincidence that he was on the bridge at the same time the girls were?
No, that was not a coincidence. This is something that was planned on this individual's part. And so it wasn't an opportunity that just, you know, the girls happened to be there and he decided they were going to become victims. This was very methodical and planned out.
Oh, it was?
Mm-hmm.
So was he alerted about the girls being on the bridge?
Yes, you know, the thing is that, let me just be clear right now, and you may call me crazy, but I do not feel that the man on the bridge is the sole killer or the sole kidnapper killer. I feel like not only an additional one, but additional two. So 3 people involved in the kidnapping and murders of Abby and Libby. And we typically don't hear about three people, getting together to commit murder unless, of course, they're breaking in someone's house and they killed the family and things of this nature. So I feel like it was a coordinated effort that the primary suspect, which I'm going to call the guy on the bridge, was already looking at Libby's house, not to stalk Libby, but to, there's either the family, all of the family, or a member of the family was actually the target. But I feel like there was a secondary motivation, and that was to say, look, you've done this to me. I feel like the primary suspect, that at least one member of that family either got that person in trouble with the law or interrupted a drug sale or caused, this primary suspect has been involved in human trafficking, which we can get into that in just a moment. But I feel like either a loss of money or trouble with the law or something of this nature, and they were really going to target that, particular member of the family, but decided to go ahead and take, when you take a child, right, you really crush the entire family. So decided to, get revenge and kill Libby. So on the day of February the 13th, I feel like that primary suspect was watching the house. Oh. I feel like there's a third person, one of the three people involved with the younger one, which is that secondary picture that you all saw. I feel like he was already privy and within the social circle of Abby and Libby. And so knew that they were going to go either through text or through Snapchat or TikTok or, some sort of social media platform. And so just confirmed that. And so they, of course, conspired to kidnap the girls and, of course, kill the girls. So I don't feel like it was accidental that, hey, they kidnapped the girls and something happened to them and then, let's go ahead and kill them now because, they're injured or something of this nature. It was very much a angry revenge thing to do.
So did Abby know him?
No, Abby did not know.
Okay.
Abby did not know and Libby did not know. Now, I can tell you as far as the youngest person out of all three men, she would have known that individual, but not socialized with that individual. So I feel like that individual, the youngest male, was either a brother or a cousin or, somebody within one of her friend's family. And that's how she knew him.
So you're thinking there were three of them?
I know there were three of them.
There were three of them.
Yes.
Okay. The drawings of the two drawings they have. The first one was of an older man, and I'm assuming they're getting that from the picture of the man standing on the bridge. And then they came up after 2 years. They came up with another sketch, which is similar but a younger image. Are either one of those sketches correct?
They're both correct. They're both correct because that's two pictures of two men out of three that were involved in the murders. So to me, the youngest person is between 18 and 25. I don't feel like it goes all the way to 40 years of age. The youngest one is between 18 to 25 years of age. And the guy on the bridge would be somewhere between 35 and 45 years of age. I don't feel like it goes all the way to 55 or beyond. The third guy is, to me, the older one, which would be anywhere from about 45 to 55 years of age. And here's the thing, they all know each other. And I feel like the two oldest men were the ones that were really miffed about either the loss of money or maybe getting in some sort of legal trouble, or, they have a criminal record, so maybe having to return to jail or whatever. I feel like there was a lot at stake for these two older men out of the three, and that's, the result of you're going to, to Libby's family, you're going to do what I tell you to do, or else I'm taking somebody out. And so they chose. But here's the thing I picked up on, very interesting. I've worked several days with this case, Noreen, and normally if I do a case, I just spend a few hours on it and that's it. But I've gone back in, and I have to say to you that I feel like Libby's family, that there was more than one family member. So whether that was the biological mother, the biological father, or a brother, or I feel like there was more than one member of the family that knew what was or could happen. I feel like the murderer, I'm going to call out of the three, I'll just say the primary suspect, had already made threats. I feel like they have not been open and honest with law enforcement about what was said to them by the primary suspect. I feel like that at least one, possibly two people out of Libby's family have done their own, let's call it illegal things.
Really?
And that, that's why they haven't been fully telling the story to law enforcement about the primary suspect and the threats that has occurred. So I know that, I don't know which girls, who had the grandparents. I know that there was some loving grandparents involved in one of the girls' lives, which would be more consistent than, the other girl's family. So I am not including the grandparents in that. So I would say it would be more like a mother, a father, a brother, something like that.
All right. So again, I just want to, those two sketches, the first and the second, you believe are correct images or sketches?
Yes, but those are two individual men.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So what about the third one?
So the third one, which to me is the oldest one, between 45 and 55 years of age, this particular guy, and the primary and the tertiary. So these three planned on doing this deed because they all had the losses. So whatever one of Libby's family members did, or two of Libby's family members did to maybe interrupt their illegal doings, I feel like they all three had something in common, especially the oldest two men, the primary and the secondary suspects, that they both were going to take losses, or they both were going to go down, or maybe they were going down. So anyway, yeah, it's just so convoluted, this whole case. So, I know I've heard like they think that this guy on the bridge was the only murderer and things of that nature, but that's not true. And there's more than two. So, but the pictures that you have seen online and that the police department or the sheriff's office has issued out is correct. It's just that's the primary and the tertiary suspect, but there's one other one in which has not been given any sort of sketch to.
And is that because, but okay, so how do you think they came up? All they have here is the man on the bridge. Now, how did they come up with this updated after their 2-year investigation into the case? How did they come up with the second image that was younger than the first?
Well, I think that, you have different accounts from different individuals, and I'm sure that they interviewed a lot of different people that were out and about that day in that area. And so I feel like, a certain amount of people saw the first sketch, and other people saw the secondary individual sketched, male that was sketched. So I don't feel like, that some group of people had a misinterpretation of what he truly looked like. And I think that that's probably what's caused a lot of the confusion, is that people are under the assumption that there's only one killer, but there's more than one killer.
Okay, so I have a question quickly, and then I'll carry on with it. So I'm curious what other people quickly think that are in here. So do you guys believe that those sketches are of two different people that played a role in the girls' murders? Or do you think that it was kind of like when, what's his name? Holcomb or whatever it was that was on the crime con with the family, when they made that comment, like someone even thought that like Mike Patty, like the sketch was of Mike Patty or whatever. Because, so I'm just curious if people think that is one sketch, if you combine them, that's the same person, or if it's two different individuals. Yeah, but see, I'm not buying that one piece about the old sees young and young sees old. I think there's too much of a discrepancy in the look, because they did say that second sketch, Kelsey did say it was like a digitalization, you know. So we heard Kelsey actually say that the second sketch was a, was a digitalization. The first sketch looks like the person in Libby's video, correct? The second may be a person who was cited in the yeah. Now, um again, I mean, I know differently, because this is why they went to that younger person, because the BG is not. So this is where people still will not get over this same thing. And it's like banging your head against a wall, because people, and I get it. People do not, can't associate hearing an older voice, looking at what looks like a older individual from the picture that they see. People just can't seem to turn their thoughts in a different direction, because it's like when people say that they hear something and it's hard to unhear it. Well, the same thing applies. So when I came into this case, I didn't have any preconceptions about this older sketch and newer sketch, because both of them had already been out. So, like most, I just assumed when I started to look at some people that were of interest, I agreed. The voice sounded older. I was like, what the hell drugs are these people on? Of course, this isn't a young guy. This is an older guy, like the video showing it, until I started looking at the video and started taking all those pictures. And then it made sense to me. Well, I knew who it was right at this point, right? Keegan Dunker, 19 years old at the time. So it made sense to me about that second sketch, because I hadn't followed the case like some people religiously. I didn't know this whole backdrop of it at all. And I didn't care to be honest with you, because I just literally took that question for what it was. Who is on the bridge? And I just went to town, just taking snapshots, taking Daniel Nation's Etheridge. The first person I took actually was Barry Morphew. And so, it's like I said, so I know that regardless if you don't know, okay, that's fine. But I know that sketch is the accurate sketch. But Kelsey said that it was a digital whatever picture. Can't think of the word exactly, but digital something picture. And I thought, okay, well, isn't that kind of like when you have like DNA though, and you get the DNA and the features, and I'm not exactly sure how that all works, but so it's kind of like when I'm listening to Angela talk, it's like in my head, I know it's got mixed around a little bit because I know that young person is Keegan Dunker. I've looked at him yesterday too. I know that face now. Digitally remastered. Thank you. So, Peace, just to quickly ask you. So, when they say that is digitally remastered, like I said, off of what? Off of somebody's DNA? Off of, like, what does that exactly mean? Sorry, signal messed up. Old see young, young see old is what they say to throw us off and hold back info. Yeah, like, I mean, there's quite a big difference in those photos to go, oh, well, it's old see young and young see old. I get that. But this is too much off. I don't think so. I'll tell you this. Oh, I see. You didn't realize what? Oh, about the picture? About Kelsey saying that? Oh, let's get rid of this, Nicole. You little bot, you. Okay. I think old guy sketch is a mask, and young sketch is a mix between witness and DNA. KG, he definitely is. And I don't think he acted alone because it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense that these girls were not found, but then by the same token, though, that it was staged to look in a different direction, but by that same token again. So, like you see the mask, I see the mask on the Devil's Hop Yard, okay? Matches, like I said, people call me cuckoo, call me what you want. I work my ass off. I'll stare at a goddamn picture for like freaking 3 weeks over, or over the course of that time. And I'll literally just keep doing everything I can to enhance it, to show it, to whatever. I'm not going to put something out there that I feel like is wrong just to sit there and go, oh, well, it looks like a mask, kind of. No, you can clearly see the shape is the same as the nose that's on the mask that's in the thing. So that means that was probably a signature. It keeps being said that hair was taken. Because if you listen, I think Joey possibly, this is just possibly. Can we see a pic of Katie, please? Yeah. Joey, if you listen to what they're saying, they keep saying that it's complicated and complex. There's some more other things that could tie into that they've said as well. So let me just quickly go here. Okay, so where's my one that I kind of like? Where's the one that I kind of like to show? Well, here's this one right here. Okay, I'm just going to show this one. I haven't showed it probably in quite a while, but I'm going to show you it anyway. And that way you can see too what he looks like. Okay, I'll have to come back to that video for a second. Share. I hear my cat playing behind me. Okay, so let's just take a look at this. Okay, so this, here, let me make myself smaller on there. Okay, so let me just go back to my picture, sorry. Okay, so this is obviously Keegan Dunker right here. The reason I did this is because I just kind of wanted to give a little bit of an overlay to kind of show you where the hips meet up, you know, like in the same area. So if you kind of look at Keegan Dunker now, his hair has grown a lot, right? So the BG does have that hair curl, like I've showed you. Thank you, Brett. You know, it does have that hair curl if you look at it in the ISP picture. Okay. And if anyone doesn't know, they've taken down like the height, the weight, and whatever. You know something's coming down the pipe. Okay. Yeah. So, but if you just literally, I know this is hard though, but if you kind of take this picture and you look at kind of like, you know, the outline of the face, the shape of it, you know, it's not the best picture, but this one was just trying to show you KD and the bridge guy. His head is down here, but if I show you, okay, let's just go back to this one right here. Okay, so whoops. If I go back to, oh my God, I hate it when it does that. Oh my God, you stupid thing, you're giving me a headache. Okay, stop, stay there. Share. Windows. Okay. So like I said, so I know it's 100% him. It's not, I'm not even a question. Not even. Oh, who's going? Is that Deb going night? Good night, Deb. Love you. Love you, my friend. What is KD name? Who is VDub? Well, doesn't matter who you are as long as you aren't a jerk or whatever, or you can ask what you want. KD is Keegan Dunker. Keegan Dunker, Garrett Kurtz, really good buddy. So anyway, so again, so take that, what I just showed you, right? Take that with the shape of his face here. I mean, you guys could do this stuff yourself, you know, take what I put out there. You can overlap his face all day long. Like this one I turned into black and white on purpose. But just, if you just even look at the shape of the eyes, yeah? Like look at the shape of the eyes, how they go up. Okay, you can see it happening here. Just look at the shape of this and the shape of that eye. You know, but let alone, right? It's not the only thing, right? Right? So take his face. I know the shadows are coming out here, but you can still take the roundness. And I've showed you guys other pictures. I've showed you the mole here. I've showed you the mole here. I can probably show you a mole at the tip of his nose too. Anyways, you guys just need to, if you really are interested, you need to go through the shit that I've shown you, even on Delphi 3 Cryptic Note. If you truly, truly do want to understand the bridge guy, then understand then what I've shown you. Because I've shown you guys a lot of stuff. Yeah? I've showed you guys, let me see. 1 second. I want to go to my downloads for a second. Okay, let me go to, well, let me go to this one again. Okay, we'll go back to that thing in a second. But let me just, pictures after pictures. Okay, there we go. Share. Okay. So remember this one? This is from artificial intelligence. Well, see that white thing around his neck? Could he be wearing that on the bridge? White thing around his neck. Well, what do you mean? Because he is wearing that on the bridge. I'm confused, Joey. That's him on the screen now, Chi. Yeah. So, Joey, that's absolutely correct. Okay, Chihuahua. So you guys, okay, so I've showed you some different things, and remember we're having a BG that we know that the nose is distorted. We know that it's like this is artificial intelligence, so it's overlapping his nose up here and his nose here, just like it did his lips on here. But this one was to literally show, right? The Okay, that you see that little dot doesn't matter because you guys have no clue, right? So if I show you this, I know that this one is the same as this one on his lip right here. Okay, doesn't matter if this is fudged up because of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is just trying to do the best job that it can. So so this mole on the nose, that little overhang, is here. Who cares if his nose bent in this one? Okay, bottom line is this is the BG with the same marking here. If you really wanted to look, right? I mean, I have it on the other picture too, right? The same nose mole here. Okay, you can see here, this is the butt chin that he has. He has the button chin. Okay, and so there's many markings if people really wanted to do their homework. And one second. And that's okay, and then there was this one. Okay, I'm showing you guys these again because some people might not have seen these recently, because these are new, more like a newer addition to my markings. Okay, so like it's not like I planted these things here. So again, KD's nose most. Sorry, I seen something come in from one of my associates that I work with. Okay, so anyways, so you see how it's doubled up the nose here, and it's put the nose here. Well, right here, you actually see the dot here. And if you got blinders on, I can't help that. But anyways, but the best way to look at it is right here, because this nose is out of place. It's almost like it's pushed into the side. But again, that's just artificial intelligence. Remember this, okay? This is artificial intelligence trying to find certain things in the facial. Like this is, I'm just amazed it gave me this. I was expecting nothing. Okay. So, I mean, you guys could go scope out his nose you want and find out all these different things. But anyways, in this picture, you have your dot. So you have your mole, And then remember, we have the thing on the lip, but you don't notice the thing on the lip in this picture as much because I have to use different pictures to show you sometimes. But here you can still see that little dot of a marking there is that same little dot of a marking right there. So when you put them in alignment to each other, really, they're really in the same spots. Okay, and then the last one I'll show you is this one. And again, use your eyes. Don't bitch to me that you can't see nothing. I can't help that. If you can't see it, I can just show you. And it's up to you to figure out, if you want to figure out if I'm showing you the truth or not. But I've shown so many darn ass things that by now I would think that more people would understand when you have that he worked at Packers, that he's 5'10", when you have all this stuff, where does it end? The bum chins. Yeah. Like, where does it end for people? Like this I'll never understand or make hide nor sense of people. Because if I keep showing you, here's a mole here, here's his hair curl here, here's another mole here, here's his facial features here, here's his red here, head here, here's the fact that he worked at Packers, here's the fact that he's 5'10", here's the fact that he was a hunter, here's the fact that he lives in or around Delphi, here's the fact that this, you know what I mean? So it's like, where does it end, in a sense, when people are like, I still don't believe after seeing 30 things. And yet you'll believe stories, some of you. You'll believe stories. Well, if we take Cheyenne off the bridge for the time that she said and replace it with this time, and then we put Daniel Pierce in there instead, people will believe all that shit all day long. And yet I'm going, really? So you'll believe shit just by a couple things somebody said, but yet when somebody's showing markings, people all of a sudden are like you can't see nothing. And I'm just like, if I was showing you one or two things, that would make a difference to me. No, a lot of people just are stupid. That's the problem, right? It's like you're fighting a battle of the wits here. I've just seen so much stupid shit. It's not even funny. Like when I see, like I said, like people should be looking at Doug Carter. I'm pretty sure he's the BG. You know what? Go dunk yourself in your toilet and flush your head. and hopefully drowned yourself from your stupidity. That's what I feel like saying. He did have a mask. He absolutely had a mask. Yeah. Why don't you think he had a mask? Oh, I'm probably not showing this picture like I think I am. Sorry. Sitting here talking to over here still instead of showing the picture. He absolutely had a mask, and I can guarantee you that he had the mask. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that one. Hey, I'm just sharing myself here. I'd look at that man all day long. Yep. Okay, so this one right here, again, I'm just showing it to you. You don't have to believe. But let me ask you, peace, not silence. I know I'm pointing the arrow towards each of the moles on his nose. This picture is to show you that not only does he have the mole on his tip of his nose here, that if you look at the shadowing, even, it doesn't matter. Look at the same two shapes, okay? Just think about that. The same two shapes right in the smack middle of his nose. And this was, if I'm not mistaken, one of the markings that I initially first seen. I'm going to try to find some more markings to show you with this artificial intelligence if I can get it. I have some more, but yeah. The match is inevitable. But you know, like he has the same marking. So I'm just, like I said, you know, I mean, how much more do I need to show? Right? Okay, let me just quickly look at a couple of things on here, and then we'll go back to watching that if you guys don't mind. If you carry on a long conversation with someone you don't know, there's more eye contact and more facial recognition. But if it's a short, casual conversation, you don't notice much at all. Right, exactly. Sunny, the picture of him wearing the headphones, and I guess is part of a hairnet that goes around his neck. Could that be? No. It's a mask. Let me. I've shown it. I showed it the other day again. Okay, it's a hard because this picture that I have buried, and I don't bring it out too often anymore. That you can clearly see the nostrils of the mask, and you can clearly see the top part of the white part of the mask. One day, I guess I should combine the pictures. So let me put it this way. If you actually put that video in slow motion and watch it, you'll literally see this thing that looks like goggles. Oops, sorry. You'll literally see this thing that looks like goggles over here morph bigger. You'll watch it. You'll watch it come out, because remember, it's just latex or whatever you want to call it. Just a cheap $4.99 soft face mask. So if you see it and then you'll watch it get bigger and then go back, you have to watch it closely in slow motion, very slow motion, and you'll see it. Okay. So now I've caught it where you can literally see the nostrils. Okay. But we have to remember it's underneath of his chin, but the nostrils are there. So if I take that and I find that exact mask that I knew was already on his Facebook, right? That same mask, same eyes. And then I find that same mask in the Devil's Hop Yard as probably a signature, you know? Like, how can that same mask that's on his Facebook that I know is on his face, those are 3 points of interest right there, right? So if I can show you that, you know what? When you're watching the BG, you literally have to just turn your head like this way and turn your head and look at the mask. I get it, but let me put it this way. It's neither here nor there, JD, if you don't think there is. At the end of the day, I know there is. And you can keep looking at it all day long. And maybe I'll do a picture of a better of the mask. I just do my work. It's not really for you guys. I do it to show you guys. But the hard work I do, if there's anything of any interest, it will go to FBI first and foremost if I feel like it's worthy of something more that they need to see. Do I feel like they need to see anything more from me? No, not unless there's some connection perhaps that I'm pretty sure that with the information that they have, they can run with what they already know. And that's why I think that the whole Keegan Klein thing, that there's definitely something coming down the pipe, I feel. And it's just a matter of time to me. Okay. Um, so I think that's having a facial scar myself. My doctor tells me the face is the first thing a person looks at on another. Oops, I can see my bed or my cat in the background there as the stupid thing shines. Um, I look at hands first. I look at face. I look at lips and eyes. I look at face, eyes, and teeth. I snoozed on the mask bit. It's okay. You know what? I'll do you a favor soon, and I'll do something for the mask for you. Okay? Seems to match more than anyone I've ever looked at. Into smirks. It's a piece of pie, right, baby? Yes, it's a piece of pie. Peace signs. Okay, let me continue playing. Um, Let me put myself back to stop cam and take this down. Again, I'm just, you know what? Everything I do is for the girls, absolutely 100%. Um, you know, if people want to think I'm an idiot and somehow don't know nothing, well, you know, it will come to fruition one day. And I know this. I'm not trying to be like cocky and arrogant about any of this. This is just when I know the truth, I will tell the truth. You know, I've done my homework. I've done way more than you know, like even I ever imagined doing, to be honest. But I can't help but just want justice for Abby and Libby. But I know that the FBI has more than enough information of what I've given them. If they didn't know who the bridge guy was, which I don't feel like they did, and if they did, so what? It will come to fruition too. You know, all I know is that for me, this this is exchanging things that I could be doing in my real life because of two girls that I could not bring the BG to the forefront and say, look, I didn't understand, or no, not that I understand. I didn't mean to come across the BG. The BG was kind of like, you know, through a conversation of Garrett Kurtz with Gonzo and my intuition pulling me towards. I didn't think it was that hard though. When I say that, I mean it really wasn't this difficult to me. It was just, I was obviously having the right conversation at the right time, which led me over to Garrett Kurt's Facebook. Okay. This is what I want you to understand. It's not like my whole, like someone from God sat there and came down on me. Yeah. It was my intuition. Keegan Dunker, Lou Allen, Keegan Dunker, Garrett Kurt's friend. But all I'm saying was that if I had taken pictures already, right, the truth to be told, if I had already taken pictures because I was looking at other POIs. Oh, there's Public. Hi, Public. How are you? So yeah, so if I was taking pictures to look at other POIs, and then a week later I called and have a conversation with Gonzo. So now if I take those pictures and I bring them in, because that's how I determined to eliminate or keep them in, is by looking for markings on the face or facial features. Anything that was not meeting up to the BG's facial features or markings, they got discarded right away. Why? Because those you can see, whether you choose to believe me or not. You can definitely make out a lot of the facial features, even if the sun's shining, it doesn't matter. You can still make out a lot more than you think. But again, you would actually have to do the time and the work and put that behind it before you can sit there and condemn me for not knowing. But most people we know have not done this. But they just want to condemn because they're little bitches in life and have nothing better to do. You know, seriously, besides sit there and try to bring me down when I'm sitting here going, well, here, let me just spend another 30 hours looking at a couple pictures and whatever. But the bottom line is that because I already had these pictures taken, KD, because he was with Garrett Kurtz, and there's no way in hell that Garrett Kurtz didn't have anything to do with two girls being murdered on Ron Logan's land, the connection was there already. So was it so, to me, was it so, here, sorry. I don't like to talk. So to me, was it so okay, cat? Get out of my freaking bra and panty drawer. Seriously, really? Next thing I know, you know what happens? It all comes. Yep, it all comes flying out of the thing. Yep. Anyway, so if I'm looking at people's pictures and I see this picture of two guys doing this to the camera, well, I'm not going to think, well, those look like two really nice guys. Of course not. You know? Thank you, Joey. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I'm thinking, hold on. Your hat has a little round rim, and I don't like you. I don't like you, Keegan Dunker. There's something about you I don't like. I'm talking to myself, but I'm talking to my iPad. And I'm going to come back to you after I finish looking at this other person. And like I said, so I start watching a video. I see this upturned nose as the video stops in slow motion. And I'm just like, I remember this nose. That nose belongs to that guy that was on Garrett Kurt's Facebook. So I'm going to go pull his picture now because I was going to come back to him, but I just wanted to finish looking at the guy I was looking at. Yeah. So that's why I come back and I'm like, okay, you little dick fuck, I'm going to bring your picture in there. And then I wasn't expecting anything until I saw, wait, what's that freckle on his nose? Hold on. Okay, there's a freckle on the BG's nose too. I can see this. Okay, magnifying glass, iPad. I don't care what you say. That's what did it. Then I see the other one, right? I see more, but I need to connect to the I can clearly see. And then so I'm looking at the angle of both of the moles. Yeah. And then I was like, those are like the same angle. Like, oh, okay. So I said to my husband, like, honey, like, I think I found out who the BG was. Yeah. And then I started looking for the little moles in different spots that he has. And then I circled about 10 of them, sent them off to the FBI with some other information at this point now. So people can call me crazy or wacko, but was that like, just because he intrigued me because two people were doing this and I could pick up an intuition, my gut feeling that something was up with this other guy? Call me crazy then. I just call it intuition because two little dicks that are sticking up their middle finger made me want to look at them, especially knowing that that Garrett Kurtz is associated to Ron Logan. And I thought to myself, and this is why I was pissed the next day when I was walking home from work, I'm like, hold on. How the hell is it that someone from Canada can sit there and find this BG and nobody else could? This doesn't make sense. So if Garrett Kurtz was a suspect, I would think that this picture on his Facebook would be well looked at. Yeah, I would think so. I would think that Keegan Dunker would have been looked at as a suspect. But he says he hasn't. His dad said he hasn't. Like this is when they're trying to, or Keegan sees that I'm calling him out, And he's like, I've never been a suspect before. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I don't think you have actually either. And I'm like, what the hell? But does that not make sense if everything was sloppy at the start? Why? So when they say they have to go back and look at shit, damn straight, because you guys fucked up. And you guys fucked up bad, but it is what it is, yeah? Have you figured out what the cryptic note meant for Kai? No. I'm not sure if it's referring to drugs or Kai as in Kyle, because I have a thing about this person named Kyle. So Kai fucking pie. Was Kyle fucking pie? Was he fucking legit pie that day? I don't know. I wish I knew. I stare at it. I go back to it all the time, the note. I'll be doing something else and I'm like, I'm gonna look at that note again. See if something else just pops out. But when you're trying so hard that it's almost like not coming to you, I keep looking at the different things, like typing in Kai fucking pie, I type in Instagram Kai fucking pies, or is there somebody named Kai fucking pie on Instagram? Anyways, our ancestors and guides lead us to where we need to be. Absolutely. Like I said, I'm not gonna discredit my natural abilities, that I just have good intuition regardless, right? I took it as I took it as Kai for Keegan. Like, it's not Keegan. That's not how you say it. I think it's like Kagan or Kaigan, whatever it is, how you pronounce it. But I took Kaigan or Kai for Keegan. Kai fucking pie was right here. KD is the bomb. That's how I took that. Kai fucking pie. You know? I just kind of took it like some stupid rhyme, like Kai pie. But you know there's something to it because of the word perhaps kill that I've said that's been in there because of the different I's that are spelled like L's. You know, because of the Kai, the K, the E, the P, the E, and the F that's all capitalized. There's a reason for this. There's a reason the R's reversed. There's a reason that there's a stick, face with the dead eyes. So, you know, yeah, okay. You know what? I should shut up now and go back to that video and finish watching it. Love you guys. Thank you. Share screen. And is this the one? Yeah, okay. Let me make this bigger. Let me take myself out of screen. Stop cam. And turn off my mic.
Killer.
I watched the documentary that they had on television. And they've only shown it once. And that in that show, I don't believe if it was a police officer or somebody that was involved in the investigation, but they said that they believe that the timing and the evidence could be off.
Right. And, I have to say, and I won't go into any detail on that, so I'll be cautious in my answer when we start to include law enforcement. And I don't feel like the law enforcement is actually the police department. I actually feel like that's coming from a sheriff's office. So I do feel like that there was one within the sheriff's office that knew the primary suspect that purposely caused things to slow down, to be offset, and so on and so forth, to protect the primary suspect, because somehow, and again, I won't say much about that because I don't want to be sued, or the sheriff's department come knocking at my door. But I do feel like there's one within that had some sort of dealings, I'll just call it maybe business, or some sort of gain that a sheriff, I'll just say deputy, I guess they're still called deputies, a sheriff's deputy and a primary suspect had together. And that's about all I can say here on your show. But there is a big question mark. And if anybody who has followed the case has been questioned on why was this not done and why was that not done and why wasn't this put into place, that is because, for the reason that particular officer was indeed in, I'm going to say, cahoots, or at least gained some sort of benefit from the primary suspect. So I don't think that they were all buddies and pals. I think it's just business. I get a personal gain and I, allow you a little bit more time. So, and I think that it's because of the time that, the girls disappeared, and then they had that search, and then the search was called off very early and then resumed on Valentine's Day where they did find the bodies. But the thing is that I feel that that was done intentionally to give, that primary suspect and the two others that were involved in the murders some time to do what they needed to do. I can say to you right now, Noreen, that where they found the girls is not where they were killed.
Okay, that was one of my questions.
Right.
Okay.
And that's why they really, they needed that third male involved to help with, handling the girls and helping to transport those girls to where they killed them and then bring them back.
Why did they do that?
I think that it was because the girls did not die instantly. And so it was to get them out of a place where, they screened, because here people were walking along those trails and, throughout that area. And as I understand it, there's residential homes not too far from where these girls were found. So if the girls made any sort of noise, then it may have alerted a hiker or people that are living nearby. So I feel like they moved them to another place, and I do feel like there was some sexual things done to the girls, and then they were killed. And here's the thing that kept on repeating in my mind, and I know this sounds a little, disturbing, but it's all disturbing to me, is I feel like one of those suspects had some sort of knowledge about, when somebody is killed, their blood pressure. It takes time for the blood to settle in the body before, like if you cut them or stab them while they're alive, or just as if they died, if they took their last breath, and you did anything else with the body that would cause any sort of cuts or abrasions or injuries, you're still going to have a lot of blood. So you have to wait for at least 45 minutes to 1 hour for the death of someone if you're going to, have to do anything with the body. Like, even a coroner, for example, couldn't just go in right after somebody has died and start to do any sort of forensic, autopsies or anything like that. They have to wait until the blood pressure goes down. So why is that important? Because I feel like that's one of the keys to one of the suspects. I feel like either one of the suspects was into like some sort of taxidermy, or some sort of, if somebody calls and says, hey, I've got a cow or a pig I want to slaughter, they could do that sort of work. This one's definitely a hunter, or it could be involved in some sort of working for, where they kill the animals for food. But I don't feel like one of the main suspect that I feel, who was the guy on the bridge, I don't feel like this one is a consistent job holder. So would go from job to job, or, work a little bit here and then be out of work for a long time. But there is documentation of that particular suspect where he would have worked under some sort of I'm killing the animals kind of job, and the taxidermy. And the thing is that, there's got to be some sort of special tools that people use when they're doing taxidermy. There's got to be some sort of special tools that they use if they're processing an animal for food. And so I feel like the one that scares me more than any of them is the older one, the 45 to 55 years of age. The primary suspect, dangerous man. But I feel like he would be very leery of the 45 to 55-year-old. So anyway, going back to that, I feel like that they took them to a place where they could be sexually done. I feel like they had the girls do something sexual to them.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I won't say it in a public forum what that would be, but you all understand what I'm suggesting. And I feel like a lot of that was that, especially the primary suspect, I feel was very much thrilled notice that word, thrilled, when somebody's in fear, which, these two girls were, that was some sort of sexual turn on and made it just that much more sexually intense for that particular suspect. I feel like that primary suspect was into some sort of like violent porn or, torture porn or, I don't know porn, as far as categories go, but you understand what I'm saying. I feel like it's not just whatever regular porn would be. It would be something more, intense and cruel.
Oh my God.
And
you know what just came to my mind?
What?
That they may have videotaped the killing.
Well, possibly, but I didn't pick that up that they videotaped the killing. But I can say to you, and it doesn't mean that they didn't. I'm just saying I didn't pick up on the videotape part. But I can say to you that I feel like that is the reason why they were moved from that, that bridge area to somewhere else and then brought back later on.
Well, the thing is, there was no school that day. So I can't imagine that the two girls were the only ones in that area.
Exactly.
Because it's a popular area. So my question is, with 3 men and 2 little girls, how could they have taken them out the normal way? Did they cross back over to the bridge on the other side with them?
The way that I get it is, that the guy that was on the bridge, which was approaching the girls, because there's pictures of him approaching the girls. But I feel like the secondary suspect was in a lower, what would you call it? Maybe a lower trail.
Is that why he said go?
Better word.
Well, maybe that's why he said go down the hill.
Well, anyway, here's the thing. I feel like the secondary suspect was on a lower trail behind the girls, and that when this guy approached them and told them to go down the hill, that the guy that was behind them came up and, of course, contained the girls. 2 men can contain the girls. I feel like the third suspect then was already down that hill, right? That the third suspect was already waiting in place because they had planned this. And so I know this sounds crazy, but this is not a typical case at all. And I can tell you, of all of the years that I have handled missing persons, I've generally handled stranger abductions for missing children, missing kids that were kidnapped by strangers. I've handled some criminal cases, but out of everything that I've ever experienced throughout all the evil acts that these criminals performed or did, I've never come across a situation like this before. And so to me, it's very disturbing to, number one, coordinate between 3 people. But again, 2 out of those 3 really had a reason in their mind, or, like I said, revenge, anger, I'm getting back at you, Libby's family member or 2. And so, they had a reason in their mind. Well, the third one, I feel, was more of a gopher for the primary suspect. I feel like the third person was definitely hung out with the primary suspect quite a bit. But the primary suspect feels to me like he was around a group of, I'll call it misfits or drug users and people that were into breaking in and committing crimes, a group of criminals. And so I feel like the primary suspect definitely was telling the youngest person what he was and was not going to do.
All right. So the police know approximately what time they were murdered. Her last picture posted was at 2:07. But during that time they were there on the bridge, they were back and forth on social media and taking pictures of themselves. And so the police have not said anything about when they possibly were murdered. So they're saying they weren't murdered there. They took them off site and
Yes.
they brought them back. Now, the thing is, with the police searching for these girls, and I don't know if there was any activity during the night with people around looking for the girls, how could they have gotten them back without being seen?
I don't feel like that the area in which they were found had a lot of people coming and going. You know what I'm saying? I do not feel, I feel like they definitely crossed over, and I want to say the property, the man that owns the property that the girls were found on, I feel like they crossed over this man's property and placed the girls there. And of course, you know, I feel like it was done in the wee hours of the morning when they transported the girls back to where they ended up laying the bodies. And
now her cell phone was found. Now they said that the phone was probably in her pocket, so she could have recorded as long as she could. So there's information on her phone, and I don't know if they have any more images or pictures that were taken on her phone, but they did find the phone. So I guess the killers didn't know she had that phone. I'm surprised they didn't know.
Well, you know, I think that, you know, when criminals are in the middle of doing what they do best, committing bad crimes, that's the last thing that they were thinking of. These girls didn't sit still and allow these men to do with them whatever they pleased. I mean, both of these girls resisted, and I'm sure, you know, that these men were busy trying to handle the girls and do to the girls what they wanted to do to the girls. And the cell phone was the last thing on their minds.
Well, I'm thinking,
I don't feel like they purposely go, oh yeah, I want them to find the phone and guess who I am, you know, guess who we are. I don't feel like they were ever privy of the phone to begin with.
I have a feeling that she may have thrown the phone down
Possibly.
Yeah, before she was taken away. So somebody
Possibly.
would find it. And like I said, I don't know if you can pick up anything else that she may have gotten on her cell phone, but the police have it, but that's not being released. And I imagine they may be doing that for a reason. But they also now, so these three men are they did they come and visit that day? Do they have relatives, or are they actual locals of the town?
I feel like two of the three do not live in the Delphi area. You know, in other words, they don't live in Delphi itself, but I do feel like they live, you know, in what I would call outer towns in the small region. But one of them feels very much like he has returned to Delphi. I feel like he lives outside of what town, you know, so you've heard that saying, oh, he or she lives on the outskirts of town. I feel like this person lives on the outskirts of town. In other words, you can't walk out of your door down a sidewalk and start shopping. So I feel like, you know, away from the, you know, like a main street or a main shopping area. So living on the outskirts. So very much somebody that is one of the three is in the Delphi area, which I call on the outskirts of town. and the other two are in these little, these little towns that shoot off in the region, in the small region. So I can say that the secondary suspect, the one that just gives me the heebie-jeebies, really, 45 to 55-year-old, would have a history not only in Indiana, but also in Illinois and especially Michigan. I do feel like the secondary suspect has been married. I didn't feel any sort of to his side right now. So would have been married at the time of the murders, would have had children in the house. So whether that was his children or children, grandchildren or whatever, I can't tell you, but I can say would have been under, married with children, and would have participated in some sort of, sports or music, because I feel like the kids or, members of that suspect's family, were involved in sports or involved in music. So would have shown up at these type of, let's say, events that somebody was going to have a musical performance or some sort of sports game going on. And so, whether that's basketball or baseball or softball or soccer or whatever, there's so many different types of sports. But I feel like, people that would see him would go, oh, that's just, so-and-so, who generally is solo. So I feel like there is a documented incident report. So when I say incident reports, somebody calls 911 and a sheriff or a police officer shows up, that incident report is going to remain on file whether or not anybody pressed charges or whether anybody was arrested. So I feel like there's incident reports to document, choking, punching, and abusing his wife at the time. And so I feel like she did some sort of protection order or, some sort of whatever that document is to keep people away from you after you separate. And so, but I do know that at the time of the murders, this one was married with children. Mm-hmm. I know a lot about this guy because I spent quite a few hours just focusing on him.
Do you think that the locals recognize those sketches?
I feel like some people in the area would recognize the sketches. I do feel like there's several people that pretty much know. And it's not just from, hey, I know that person by looking at the sketch. I think that the people that are really, who truly know who these two men are among the circles that those men run in. So they're either doing drugs, like meth or heroin or fentanyl or whatever the popular drug is in Indiana. And so I feel like there's several of their buddies, these criminals' buddies that go, yeah, we know who did that. I feel like it's conversation among those people that are associated with those criminals. I do feel like there's a couple of people that didn't know, them personally, like socializing with them, that would recognize who they are. But I do feel like they're in fear. I feel like they feel like if I go out and tell the police who those two men are, then they're going to come back and kill me or kill my family. That they're going to do the same thing to me or to my family member that they did to Libby and Abby.
So that's why nobody's speaking up. They're afraid.
Right.
Wow.
So it's just one big mess. But like I said, it is unique. I do want to say I have confidence in the investigators. I have confidence in the FBI. And again, this is not your normal case. It's just not. And so I can imagine, so many tips coming in, and every phone call, every fax or email, they have to look into it. So there's only so many of them, so much time in the day. And so, it does take a lot to investigate a case. I wouldn't want to have to be an investigator, but I do have confidence that that they will solve the case, and I feel very soon. And I also feel like that youngest one out of the three men, I feel like that one is getting ready to get into some like big legal or do something so terrible that he's caught at it. And I feel like he's going to be the one that sings about what occurred, for the opportunity to have less of when he's sentenced. So I know that they're going to resolve this case and soon. And I feel like they have already spoken to all three of these men.
Really?
So these are not, yes, I don't feel like these are strangers that they've never come across. I'm going to let you know, I can tell you that they've talked to them probably more than once.
Do they have a record, a police record?
Yes, the two out of the three to me are all, serious felonies. So the investigators or the police or the sheriff or all of the above would be familiar with their criminal history. The youngest one, I feel, has committed misdemeanors, but has not been caught with felonies, or if he was caught with a felony, committing a felony, that he found a way out of it, or, it wasn't as severe as these other two older men. And so I feel like it's going to be the youngest one, because the youngest one to me is a gopher, does what the primary suspect wants. I feel like he would not go out and commit crimes on his own. I feel like he always has to have other people around him, other criminal elements. So if he wanted to break into a home, he would have several of his buddies with him. You know what I mean? So he wouldn't do that on his own. And that might just be from the lack of true experience, or it could be immaturity on his part, or just the fact that he goes, hey, if I need backup, I've got backup, right? But I feel like that youngest one is going to be the one that kind of talks to the investigators and tells them something when he's in serious trouble and he wants to negotiate. Now, the thing is that all of them do drugs. And so I just hope that the investigators can get to the youngest one, because you can only do drugs for so long, right? And then, the possibilities of ODing is going to be there. So people that do those kind of drugs don't last very long.
Is this for the first time they've killed anybody?
No, it's not the first time. I feel like there's been quite a few. I feel like the secondary suspects, I can tell you what, if you walked in those same woods where they saw Libby and Abby, found Libby and Abby, I feel like there's other bodies in there by the secondary suspect. The primary suspect, which I won't name any names. I don't know if I can legally give names on a interview or not, but I do have names. And but the primary suspect, I feel, would have killed in the outer towns more than he would have killed just in Delphi. So I don't feel like the primary suspect that is hunting grounds for victims is just in the Delphi area. I feel like he's very familiar with Delphi, being the primary suspect. The secondary suspect, I feel, is living on the outskirts of town. And then the third guy, the young guy, is in the area, and I'm going to say probably lives, the third one, the youngest one, probably lives within, less than 10 miles of where they found the girls. But I feel like it would be known as another town, another town over.
Do you feel that any one of them have any remorse in killing two little girls?
I feel like the youngest one is the one that's disturbed about it. The older one, the primary and the secondary suspects, I don't feel has any sort of remorse. This is things that they've done as individuals, as well as now here they've collaborated on a murder of two girls. But both of them have murdered before, and they, from what I've gathered just through going through the case, I feel like, definitely from 10 years old to maybe 25 years of age is pretty much their age of victims, because generally that age is more vulnerable. And even a 25-year-old, I mean, you may know some 25-year-olds that would go, oh, it's not going to happen to me because I'd put up a fight, or I'd shoot them, or I'd, hurt them. But that's not always the case. And so there's a lot of 25-year-old women out there that certainly, although they may be physically fit and capable of defending themselves, they're not always going to have the upper hand. So anyway, yes, I do feel like they have, I do know that they have killed others. I want to say their primary suspect, I can say I feel like has done human trafficking, and so human trafficking to me is, not just prostitution, like, hey, I'm going to grab this little 15-year-old girl and I'm going to prostitute her out. Human trafficking to me also includes, I've got this girl and I'm going to sell her over to, or I'm going to give her over to so-and-so. And, whatever, I get money out of it and she's gone. I don't know her. I don't care. I don't have anything invested. So I feel, though, that primary suspect has done that with boys as well, but primarily girls. But a few opportunities to make money with boys, and I think that has happened as well. So that primary suspect, to me, is, well, besides being crazy, right, a sociopath. I mean, both the primary and secondary are sociopaths. I just feel like the degrees vary in, how bad of a sociopath both of the older ones are. But both of them are quite the crazies, like really crazy. And one particular, very angry. The other one, the secondary suspect, the 45 to 55-year-old, feels very like anything could set him off. You know what I mean? The kind I'm talking about, can be happy one moment, and lovely and good company, and, you look at them the wrong way, or the wind blows the wrong way, and boom, very angry. So it wouldn't surprise me if that secondary suspect not only is a sociopath, but also would have a history of maybe being bipolar.
Wow. We have some questions from the viewers. Is there anything else you want to add before we take questions?
No, we can, there's so much. I have got so much material on this case. So I'm ready for questions.
Okay. Robert Hanna had asked a question that you already talked about. He wanted to know if you believe that the case would ever be solved, and you had already answered that.
Yes. Yes, thank goodness.
So High on Emmy wants to know, are honestly keeping quiet in order to catch all involved? Are they honestly keeping it quiet? Yeah, to catch them. So
yes, I feel like they are being very low key and very quiet. in order to catch these criminals. I feel like they know that there's more than one person involved, but I think that they're keeping quiet so that it can be an element of surprise when they do catch these murderers. Because if they let any information out now, they know the public really wants to know about, what really happened. But if they let it out now, these criminals will change their routine, leave the area. I feel like one is already in jail right now. So that person wouldn't have any place to go. But would definitely change the story. So, yes, they should keep it very quiet.
I was thinking that the last picture they posted was at 2:07, and the father got to their location where he was to pick them up at 3:30 and called them, and there was no answer. Now,
is that a biological father or a stepfather?
No, it was her biological father.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The thing is, they had probably taken them already at that time. And if her phone, that's right, the phone rang, but when he called later, it was dead. So the phone was still alive at 3:30. But the thing is, they probably have been taken, and she may have thrown the phone down, but she could have still gotten audio from the people that she was surrounded by. But like I said, the police won't release any information.
Right.
Are you thinking that maybe she could have picked up something, other voices on that phone?
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of information on her phone. So, and I'm sure that they're hearing more than one man's voice.
Yeah. Okay.
Coming from that phone.
Yeah.
But I for the biological father, I gotta say, I'm sure he loved and adored his daughter, but I got a big question mark about that particular man. So, but it's unfortunate that he didn't get there earlier, or
Well, because he couldn't have gotten there early because that was the time they had agreed on. The girls were going to stay till 3:30.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was all worked out before they had left, and the father
Gotcha.
had agreed to pick them up at 3:30.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. We have another question from JD. Do these monsters have any identifying marks like tattoos or scars?
Yes. The primary suspect seems to be the one that has a lot of tattoos. So, to me, a lot of tattoos would be tattoos on the arm, maybe even tattoos on the neck, tattoos on the legs. You've seen people that would go and put it on their thighs or their calves. So, yes, which I'm going to call that the primary suspect would have that sort of thing. The secondary suspect would have tattoos, but it just feels like, up on the forearm. So not covered in tattoos and things of that nature. The secondary suspect, though, to me, he's got an affinity towards survivalist. So the tattoo on his arm may not be, let's say, the name of his wife that he was once with. It can be some sort of identifying tattoo on the forearm that would have something to do with survivalist or military or security or some kind of special, we can call it symbol.
Okay. Let's see, from Keith Starks. How did the fight start? Was it in the barn? Was Libby treated much more violent in the actual target?
I'm glad you asked that question. The thing is that whether it, a barn did come up as one of the potential structures. I couldn't see, when I was remote viewing, I couldn't see the face of the structure. I could only see the interior of the structure. But here's the thing I got about that structure. Those cellars, old food cellars that people used to use, they would be on the ground and you would open up the door and you would step down into the cellar. Well, I can say to you that I feel like that the structure, it could have been a barn, a shed, some sort of traditional structure. But I felt like that there was a cellar either right outside of that structure or on the inside of that structure. And I tried to let that go, like psychically, you get hit with all kinds of information. And I thought, no, let's just stick with the structure. But it surfaced again and again. So I'm going to say that that would be easy for investigators to look at structures in the area, in a 10-mile radius, right? To look at those structures and see where the darn cellar is. So, and wherever the cellar is, they've got the right structure. So, did they put up, did Libby get more abuse? Yes,
Yeah.
she did. She did. I feel like Abby was more of a quick thing after these killers used these girls for their sexual gratification. But I do feel like Libby fought, and when she fought and was defiant, that even made, especially the primary suspect, just enraged. Because both the primary and the secondary suspects, their whole MO is you do what I say to do. They're not going to talk to a man so much. Maybe a man that they have under their thumb, they would talk that way too. But they're not going, somewhere between 10 and 25-year-old females, they expect them to obey, is what I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. So I feel like that Libby really was, injured quite terribly and abused quite terribly because of her resistance and not doing what they expected her to do.
Do you think it's possible that when they did take the girls, they must have said terrible things to them, which scared the heck out of them, and so they just went quietly?
Well, I think that, at one point I do feel like that Abby was dead long before Libby was. And I felt like Libby was in and out of consciousness. So, but what was your question about being scared?
Yeah, I was wondering when the fellow got off the bridge and told him to go down the hill, obviously he was met up with the two others, and there's the girls. The girls were scared to death, I'm sure.
Yes, absolutely.
And so because they may have said things to them where it scared them so much that they weren't going to make a peep. And so they went quietly.
Well, I don't feel like they just, went along quietly. I feel like there was some resistance at first, and I feel like there was intermittent resistance, especially when they got them to the location where I feel like a lot of the sicker sexual things occurred. So I feel like that they put up a fight with that. And so, but they weren't always quiet. But, to me, I feel like both of them fought for themselves. In other words, no, I'm not going to do that, and fought until they were forced to.
You know, that land that they were on, there was a house not too very far. And the man has a house there. Do you think that those killers knew that man?
I feel like one of the killers knew that man. In fact, I thought, maybe the primary suspect, I feel, knew that man. And so, I feel like they weren't buddy, mind you, but I feel like maybe would have played on that man's land when he was younger, or was allowed to hunt on that man's land when he was younger. So I feel like there's a familiarity with that particular one.
Do you think that the man was involved in any way in letting them use his house?
No, I don't feel like the landowner was privy to any of that going on, and I do not feel that man said, "Sure, take the girls in there." No, I don't feel like that at all.
Okay, we have another question from Red Spark. Will these murder victims ever be avenged?
Well, define, will they ever be avenged? The murder victims? I feel like, justice will be served, maybe not like we would want it to be served. I'm sure that a lot of people would love to go out and execute the killers immediately, right? If they were found guilty and all, even before they were found guilty, people, I think, that would say, yeah, those are the ones. But I do feel like they will be avenged.
All right.
So
okay, Margaret Lee Reed. Margaret, Angela already spoke about that. The abductors knew these two girls, so these two girls weren't wrongfully taken. From they knew the girls, and it was all set up.
Okay, well here, yeah, they knew of the girls. I don't feel like Libby or Abby knew the primary and the secondary suspects. I feel like the primary suspect absolutely knew of Libby because he was looking at that house. But I feel like he was looking at the house that Libby lived in simply because he was really majorly upset about something with one of those family members, possibly two of those family members. And it was the third youngest one that I feel was, in Libby's social circle or Abby's social circle, to where TikTok or Snapchat or some sort of social media or text or something would have been privy to, what they were planning and when they were going to go and that sort of thing. So, but they didn't, sit down and socialize with these girls. So the Abby and Libby would not say, wow, I know all of these men. It doesn't feel like that at all. But the youngest one would have been, I feel like, a brother or a cousin or something of one of Libby and Abby's friends. So that's how I feel like they would have, that the youngest kidnapper would have been privy to what they were doing and where they were going, for sure.
Freedom Flag wants to know, did anyone see the killers on the trail?
I do feel like they saw the killers, but wouldn't recognize them as killers, right? So just like people have seen that we have the sketch of the older guy and then we have a sketch of the younger guy, people saw these men but didn't recognize them as killers. I do not feel that someone witnessed these men taking the girls away. I don't feel like somebody witnessed the struggle of those girls. I can say I feel like oddly enough, I'm glad you asked that question, because somewhere in looking over this case psychically, I had the impression that maybe someone was out snapping pictures, like, oh, look at the beautiful trees, or look at the, whatever they're snapping pictures at, and may have caught a picture of one of the men with the girls, but it didn't look,
Suspicious.
I guess, threatening or unusual. You know what I'm saying? So I don't feel like that person would have hung around and watched the girls or watched the man or anything like that. So it would be interesting if that individual would look through their pictures, and maybe that individual did, right? You never know. They may have forwarded that photograph to the police department or the sheriff's office.
Well, with that second sketch of the younger fella, then don't you think somebody must have seen him and described it to the police? And that's how they got that image?
Somebody had to have seen the guy in order for there to be even a sketch, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying that somebody wouldn't have said, wow, now there's a young killer, right? Wouldn't have recognized that the man was guilty of anything. And, just think about how we all are out and about every day, or almost every day, maybe not in this lockdown, but under normal circumstances. And how many times do you think that we pass up people that are murderers, thieves, drug users, human traffickers? We have people that are, kidnapped and used for sex trafficking every day, and they live in our communities, and we don't notice. So it would be like that, that people that were there that day in that area would have seen these men, but not, thought anything about it. Oh, there's a guy, or there's a guy with a girl, or whatever. Wouldn't have given it a second thought.
Okay. Keith Starks wants to know, did he kill 2 girls in Iowa?
Ooh. That I can't tell you. I just felt it, though. But that feeling it is not saying one way or the other. So that I cannot answer if he killed girls in Iowa. I can always take a look at that. Of course, I wouldn't do it on this interview, taking a look at it psychically, because, that's a different approach. But I can always look into that.
Yeah.
But I don't know on that. So and I'm not going to make something up just to have something to say.
Yeah, and that's all he said. I don't know anything about the case. So he didn't say anything about it, who the girls were or what the circumstances were.
Sure,
right.
Sure.
Tall Cross from Scotland. He wants to know, does the girl's family suspect and know who they are?
I would say that Libby's family is suspect of the primary suspect. That Libby's family knows the main one. Why? Because I feel like Libby's family received the threats from this particular primary suspect. And again, I feel like they did something that triggered this guy. Again, whether he lost money or was going to go to jail or going to get in trouble or whatever. So Libby's family did, but I'm not saying that every family member knew, mind you. I'm saying that, I feel like, the mother and the father, or at least the father, I've got a big question mark. And I don't know why I keep on thinking that there is maybe a brother or a cousin that would be coming to that household, to the Libby family household frequently, that would be older. So older to me would be, maybe somewhere between, say, 20 and 30 years of age. So I feel like there's at least two members of Libby's family. Abby's family just seems, that they don't know really anything. They would not have suspected unless somebody throughout the course of 4 years would have been talking to them about the potentials. Like this is what's been going on behind the scenes all this time. But I feel very confident that Libby's family, like I said earlier, is not being, they're omitting. There's the word. They're omitting some information. And I'm going to say especially the fatherly figure to Libby is omitting information. Again, I feel because it's the fear of retaliation on him and the rest of the family. And also, I don't feel confident that that the father of Libby and even this other guy that I keep on thinking is somewhere between 20 and 30 years of age, that would be related in some capacity to them. I don't feel like they feel easy about their own doings. Maybe they're doing something that they would get in trouble about, in trouble with the law. And so to me, there's reasons for omission. The way I look at things is that if an individual is omitting information, they're giving a false impression of how things are. And so therefore they're lying. It's a form of lying in my mind. Now, maybe somebody else may not think about that, but, or think the same way I do. But if you're omitting and giving somebody an impression, and those other people that heard you just say that are basing that off of facts, that must be factual, then it is lying to them. So, but I have a feeling that probably the investigators have probably investigated all of the family members, right? That's what they do. When somebody comes up dead, they look at the closest people around them.
Yeah,
first.
well, in that documentary, they had the grandmother, the mother, the father, the sister.
And what documentary is that?
That was on television, and they only showed it once.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
You'll have to send me that link.
I can't. It was on TV. And I was
okay.
looking for it because I wanted to watch it again because we were doing this show. And that's how I had some questions to ask you.
Sure.
And I can't find it anywhere. They only showed it once.
Mm.
Okay, so there is somebody by the name of Turtlehead, and they said, please say their names. We need justice now.
Okay, so Turtlehead, I will be forwarding a written report to the Delphi Police Department, and so those names will be on there. But again, I don't know if I would be in any kind of legal problems if I said these people's names in a public venue like this. But I can say to you, I do have all three of the names. And one out of the three, no, I would say that the police already know these three. Of course, I'm sure they probably had 500 suspects, right? But they would know these three. So I do have on the primary suspect, I do have a first and last name. On the secondary, I have a first and what I'm going to call also nickname with a whole history. I tell you who he is right now. And then the third one, I have a name. So but I feel like the police officers are very familiar with all of these three men. So to me, it's a matter of they know who has done it. It's just a matter of them, proving it. And so I feel like at least 2 out of the 3 that they know for sure had something to do with or was the ones that really kidnapped and killed those girls.
Well, JD Bambara is asking if there's any DNA evidence, and of course there would, because they did an autopsy. Now, that DNA evidence.
But here's the thing.
What?
Are you talking about when I said there was some sort of sexual thing going on?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure if they raped the girls. If they did, they would have used some sort of condom because they don't want to get caught. You know what I'm saying? So whether it was a rape or sodomizing or whatever. But I feel like it was more about having those girls do things to them and hurting them, and just especially the primary suspect seems to have some sort of thrill. So again, I'm going to revert back to porn. I don't know about porn, like I know that there's supposed to be different kinds, but whatever would have include a lot of violence or a lot of torture and include sex with it in whatever form that would be, that's what that primary suspect is into. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Hi, on.
I need to be a little bit more worldly on the porn thing, but I just can't bring myself to it.
Let's see. Hi, your camera's been moving. I don't know if you know that or not.
I'm sorry. No, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, because Hi on Emmy said, do you know that the left shoulder and camera is going nuts on your guest? And they said energy.
Oh yeah.
It's been moving. It's been moving. I've noticed it. Yes, I've noticed it.
You would be very surprised all of the energy that goes on in this household.
Now I see. Turtlehead must have something to do. Must know these people, or must maybe live in Delphi, because they're saying, I don't know who Jared is. Did Jared have a crazy uncle and cousin? Is this where you are going? I don't know who Jared is.
I don't know who Jared is. Would that be a Libby family member?
I don't know. I watched the documentary. I don't remember hearing a name.
I can say that Jared isn't among the 3, the primary, secondary, and tertiary suspects.
That's the name of one of them, Jared?
No, I didn't ever call them Jared. There was a similar name, though. I'm thinking, were you here reading my notes? But that was in association. But it wasn't a Jared, it was a Jeremy. So I've got names of people that are associated even with these primary people that I'm sure that the police can identify. Because, it's different when you're in a Delphi, Indiana, which can't be that large of a town.
Uh-huh.
So it's not like these murders occurred in Chicago or New York City, where there's just, a ton of population. So I feel like that's why they're going to, really solve it, because there's only so many suspects and so much, but I feel like they pretty much know who it is.
Wow. Okay, that's the end of our questions from the viewers. We have a large crowd tonight. Oh my goodness. I can't wait for you to submit that report. I want, personally with me, we don't have to tell anybody else, but I want to know if they actually do something with your report.
Well, that's one thing that you can't guarantee that they're going to. I've spoken about some police departments or investigators their belief system is, oh, gee, it's another psychic, huh? So they don't believe in it, or sometimes somebody with intuition is not very detailed. They're very general or very abstract. Well, I'm not that way. I'm very detailed and all of that. So what's in my report's going to be detailed.
Yeah.
So they can go with whatever, and I know that they've got all of these people working to solve this case. So I'm sure they can go down the list and go, yeah,
Angela, when you with all your psychic tremendous abilities that you have, more than I know from anybody I've seen, are you ever able to get in contact with the dead spirit?
Well, I haven't tried to get in contact with Libby or Abby. That might be something that I do. I don't really go out and evoke a spirit or conjure a spirit. I generally allow the spirit to come to me. I'm known as a psychic more than a psychic medium. I don't even offer psychic medium sessions, but I do have mediumship abilities. So maybe if I can, get into a space and allow Libby and Abby to speak to me, that would be absolutely wonderful, because then that would help tremendously. But no, I haven't tried to, like conjure them or, invoke them or anything like that. Which conjuring and doing, trying to get a particular spirit, to me, that goes against, my practices and even my faith, right? Even though I communicate with spirits, I don't conjure them up. So big difference, and how that's going to be. But yeah, I wish I could just hear from them and let them tell me what. But I'm hoping that the police, once they get this report, that they do something with it, or they call me if they need something. Sometimes what they'll do is you send in the information and somebody will use it, but they're not going to pick up the phone and call you unless there's something more that they've come across. And so I did a case years ago on a couple out in Utah, of all places. And it was a young married couple, and the wife was, disappeared, right? And so I knew, I took the case and I was looking at it and all that, and I have put in a written report that that the husband would be in the wee hours of the morning, would be at a convenience store, and he would be on film. And of course, again, I knew the husband had killed his wife. And so I did get a phone call prior to, them eventually arresting this guy. And so I got a phone call from one of the detectives and gave him a little bit more information. And I said, this is where I believe the area that you'll find the body. And so I didn't hear any more, not one word. And so, I went on. Actually, I've forgotten about the case. And then years later, I'm sitting in Missouri and watching a documentary on this murder case, the husband that killed the wife. And there was footage from the convenience store in the wee hours of the morning. Because when they saw that footage, they knew he was lying. He just said they went home that night and went to sleep, and he woke up and she was supposedly had gone out to jog that morning, and he never saw her again. And then the area in which they found the body, I said, would be in Redwood, like I don't know if it's Redwood, a town, or Redwood, the subdivision. But anyway, they found 10, because it's really a big problem.
Good. Okay, then I'll get in contact with you and we'll schedule one Oh my God, this was an awesome show, and I enjoyed you so much, Angela.
I think that's good enough for that because they just kind of were coming to the end of it anyway. It's 12:50 my time. I do have to work in the morning, so I will give about 20 minutes possibly to discuss anything that someone wants to. Um, um, who was it? Peace, not silence. Somebody said something about so who deleted the video? Something like that. Like it's from the phone, I think. Have to log off and rewatch another time, mate. Okay, Chihuahua, thank you. Thank you for the emails. I just don't feel good. Feels like I am being stalked. All right, Chihuahua, no problem. I mean, I don't know if females are after scene 3. The killers had phones. They were friends, had phones. If these people are that crazy to kill kids, what kind of friends do they have? If I was the cops, I'd say there was more work to do tracking them all. I'm sure this is just a huge case. You know, like, I mean, I think that there's just, you know, when they say complicated of the phone, yeah, that video needed digging out of the phone. Yeah, I vaguely remember about that public. Um, yeah, I vaguely remember about that. You know, like I vaguely remember something about that the murder was sent to, was it sent from Abby's phone to Libby's phone or vice versa? I just remember something about that. So I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you, because only because you're saying that now, it's kind of like reminding me of something from like way back that was said about that. Yeah, you're welcome. I just think for me, when I watched it and JD said he was the one that sent me that. I know somebody did. They asked me to watch it. And I was like, you know, because I've watched a lot of psychics and readings and just to see what other people are saying. And I was like, most of these people have no fucking idea what they're talking about. You know, they're like amateurs. They're wannabe card readers and stuff like that. Just a lot of bullshit. And then, but this is like anything. Amongst all the bullshit, there are some really good ones out there. And I've had a good one in my real life. And it was the first one I ever went to. And holy shit, I'm not stupid. I know exactly what generalized talking is. But this lady was not generalized talking. She was using names. She was telling me things. And I'm like, get out of my brain, lady. So I say to my husband, get out of my brain. I'm 10 levels deep. Get the fuck out of there. Because that's my space. So that's how I felt about a medium or whatever that I had gone to. She was good. She didn't want to know. Like, if people call those numbers, okay, if any of them honestly have to ask you about your date of birth, tell them to go to hell, honestly. Because honestly, if you tell them your date of birth, you basically are just giving them a map to who you are by your astrology sign. Like, honestly, because there's so many frauds out there. hmm but like I said, the lady that I personally seen, and this is back when I was like 26. She's like, don't even tell me anything about you. It's not your job. It's my job to tell you. You know, so I'm just saying that for any people that ever get readings in that, if they have to ask you your date of birth. Like if someone knows a Cancer, they know my astrological sign because this is what they do, right? They just con you, play off of your nurturing side of a Cancer and da 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 da. You know, it's up to them to tell you. hmm. 'Cause- 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 'cause It's okay, Chihuahua. You take care. The video may have been for from two planted pictures on the phone. Was it Libby? Not Libby's phone. I'm not even sure what that means, to be honest. It's not crazy, Chi. Trust your guts. Yeah. Libby didn't have a phone. Oh, Libby had a phone. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean public? Because Libby had a phone. Like, Libby had a phone. Oh, Abby. Okay, so, I did ask Becky, because some people were saying that, that Abby had a phone. And so I asked, and they said that Becky was the one that gave her one. So I honestly don't know about that answer to that. I know that Becky said no, that wasn't true, that she did not give her a phone, Abby, meaning Abby. So that kind of like me quash that a bit. Or does that mean that Abby didn't have a phone? Possibly. I don't know. I don't know. I just remember something coming out where someone said that they used one phone to the other to transfer the murder. Um, I don't know. You know what? That will come out in the wash one day in the affidavit, if that's true or not, and then we can go, oh, she did. Because she did hide a lot of stuff, like teenagers do, but who knows? Who knows? It's one of those things, neither here nor there. So unless Anna wants to, well, because Anna wouldn't have known, because Anna didn't know she had Facebook or probably Instagram. Yeah. It's just one of those things to me that will come out in the wash one day. The phone found may have been planted with pictures and some audio to suggest a narrative. Could have been. I want to reiterate one thing since I joined late. Sunny's, what's your feeling about the phone supposedly pinging? Oh, that was it. Pinging all over town. Okay, so this is what I do know. I do know that, and this is according to Becky, and that is that they tried calling Libby's phone, and around 5 o'clock is when it died. Like when it just went straight to whatever, voicemail or whatever. So instantly. So it had been ringing before that. So obviously something happened there at that time. We know that we were heard that at 2:30, I believe, around that Toby got a phone call saying that Libby's phone was pinging near the bridge. So that and two girls heard screaming around that time, but supposedly, like, they didn't send anyone. I'm just trying to go through my head right now what I kind of remember. I think, wasn't the pinging around nighttime? That's the one I think we're talking about. But it was pinging all over town, but it wasn't like it was pinging all over town, but it was pinging in that wee hours of the morning. So that would kind of go somewhat with what I was thinking about the 2 a.m. around area being killed, that the phone possibly pinged, that maybe the girls, yes, heard this screaming. That would kind of fall in line with things. I'd have to actually revisit that whole pinging thing, even though I've heard it, but I'm just kind of tired right now, so my brain isn't overly sharp, and that's okay. Can't always be sharp. The phone. Okay. I wonder why Abby didn't have a phone. Well, because her mom seemed more protective about stuff like that. Yeah. Well, you probably covered it all by listening to your work and can always and can't always stop paying attention in case I shoot myself with nails. Oh. I'm just all of a sudden picturing this. You know, as long, you know what, Exiled, to me, there's one thing that matters here, and that's justice for Abby and Libby, and that KD is the bridge guy. And if anyone really truly looks at my work, they would know I was just not blowing it out my ass. If they truly looked at the bridge guy and truly showed markings, if they really spent their time looking at what I'm showing instead of just surface looking or just going, I can't see nothing. Well, you know what? Get out your fucking magnifying glass too. You know, take your own damn pictures or whatever. You know, I'm putting it out there because I know that it's KD. I have no problem saying his name over and over. Keegan Dunker, Keegan Dunker, Keegan Dunker. Because I have done enough markings and everything to say, you know what? I know your face. I know who you are. I spent freaking, what, over a year verifying. I always am verifying. I don't stop looking at his face to find more. You know, I think I've showed enough. I think I've tried to lead people down a path that is very reasonable for the storyline, but that doesn't make it true. I know if I know that the BG is true and you're understanding what I'm saying to you and you believe that KD is because of his association to Garrett Kurtz, right? I don't think this is KD's revenge. I think that he was a willing participant in being the BG, whether he was intentionally just a lure, whether he acted in part of the murders. That's for FBI to tell. My thing was just to go, hey, I came across the BG. I need to make people understand that this person is still living within your Delphi area, that he's there walking around, that if any family member, friend, or whatever understood what I was showing, that they could go, ooh, shit, you know, and then maybe bring in some information to the FBI that they perhaps needed, you know, that was really my role. And then along the way, it became frustrating for me because I'm like, why is no arrest? Like, why aren't we seeing anything yet? But then as you keep kind of digging, you realize, and then with the whole Keegan Klein thing, you start realizing like, well, wait, maybe it's not as simple as that storyline, that it's much bigger. Because I truly felt that when Jaylene and the judge video came into my hands to watch it or whatever, I instantly was like, my gut said that this is connected somehow, that this is connected somehow. There has to be. Ashley Garth, February 13th. He decides her case instead of the 16th. It's just too coincidental that Ron Logan leaves his land, that the hat on the BG, that Fouts on the 13th is citing Ashley Garth's case, that there's a cryptic note, that Garrett Kurtz and Keegan Dunker are good friends with each other. There's just too much there to overlook. Then you have Chris Mathis, Open Secrets, Garrett Kurtz talking about Jason Palladino, talking about Michaela Babcock, talking about the murder tape. Like, that's there for anyone to go watch and look at and understand. I'm sorry if I'm too busy talking here. Let me see here. Sorry. Where do I start? Where do I start? I can't control. What did you say? I can't control my gift. It will show me things, but I need to work to understand what it's telling me. You know what? Same. I've never tried to even remotely go past of just my typical gut intuition. My feelings are very strong when it comes to people and things, but I've never tried to explore further than that. Just, it's not like I didn't think about it. I just was like, I was fine just being very intuitive towards people. I just felt like it was my gift in a sense. And, you know, I used it to determine who I wanted in my life and who I didn't. And just the basic stuff, or determine if somebody was bullshitting me. pretty much all I really did with it. I didn't, like my intuition pulled me to Keegan. Yeah. Because why? It's kind of like anyone. If I know you real and I feel that vibe from you, my eyebrow's going to raise and I'm going to be like, yeah, there's something about that person. It was the same thing with Keegan. I looked at him. I felt the sense of evil around him. And I just knew that I was going to come back to him because there was something about him that I didn't like, So I did. I came back to him, So if anyone wants to put down people that are intuitive from other channels, kiss our asses because we know damn well that we're just not sitting here making this stuff up. There's a lot of people that are very intuitive. Everyone has certain gifts. And it really kind of pisses me off that idiots like Gray Hughes and stuff like that are sitting there bashing people because they're intuitive, or claiming to be psychic and stuff like that. I've never claimed to be psychic. I don't use titles like that. I just know I'm very good at people. And I know I'm very good at certain other things. I talk to my mom in heaven. I talk to Jared in heaven. Who cares? Right? I just don't think that other channels really need to sit there and, like, do you believe? And it's always the guys. It's always I'm sorry, but it's always those fucktard guys out there that have those channels that are like, I don't believe in psychics. Do you guys? Or Gray Hughes going, yeah, psychic, like, fuck off, you tard. I'm going to laugh in your face one day just for you guys being assholes. I heard they both had phones, same place. That's seen so many rumors. I know. It's like going through this pile of shit and then just trying to weed it out. But there's so much shit and it's stacked so high, Sorry, I'm going to scroll down to the bottom a little bit because I know I'm way behind. There's more involved in which tower it hits. Mike Patty misspoke. Yeah, I think he did too. Most of the monetized creators are far from the truth. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just what I learned, and this isn't to put other creators down, but what I learned very fast was, first of all, people are dicks. A lot of the creators are dicks and their egos are way beyond themselves. So if someone sometimes wonders why I get the attitude, it's because of those dicks near the start type of idea. But what I noticed is I just didn't feel like anyone was really, and I hate to say this, but I didn't really feel like most people that I've been watching at this point were really putting in this big effort. It's like they were just talking about the same repetitive, regurgitated shit over and over. And it just reminded me, I'm sorry, but I just like to speak the truth, just reminded me of people using a topic of Delphi just to gain subscribers and because they have nothing to better do. Like, I'm sorry, I just thought that when I said I was going to dig and dive, it meant I was literally going to dig and dive. And I wasn't going to sit there and repeat myself over. And I mean, I guess over time you repeat yourself saying the same things because you get new people that watch you and stuff. But I wasn't just going to sit there and go, let's make up this storyline today. Oh, this person's a person of interest. Is it Chadwell? And then I didn't even bother to really get into the Chadwell thing. As soon as Chadwell came out, I was like, it's not Chadwell. I made a video. It's not Chadwell. And then I didn't care after that because I'm not a person like JP, Julian Powell. Fucking waste of time. Yeah, I do have a you know what? I do. It's because I don't like to be made a fool of, and I don't like people bullshitting me. I like people to be honest. That's where the detective shit comes in. I spent a lot of time with this one person in particular. Every fucking disorder this guy had, I swear to God. Okay? And I'm sitting here, I'm doing everything. Okay, this guy I met gaming, okay? Not my husband, but a different guy on the same game, okay? And I felt he was so flawed. Like there was something wrong with him, but I could fix him because I'm a fixer. And anyway, this guy was fucking a head game master, but he wasn't too smart for me. But I fell into the trap of being in an emotional roller coaster because of him, because he was so fucked up. But I was like, but God, you led me to him, didn't you? Like, you want me to help this guy. Isn't that why he came into my path? Well, I'll tell you, sure. Okay. Yeah. Not everything's happy go lucky. And it taught me a lot knowing this person. And he was like, like I said, pretty fucked up person. And I can't remember my point anymore because I had a point, but I don't now because I'm just too tired to remember it. I was looking at a comment. But anyway, it's just like, you know, what was my point? I forget it. You know what? Okay, I'm just going to shut up now because I don't remember that point. Lost it. It was there, and then it just, and I don't know what. Yeah, okay. All right. Anyway, very, very fucked up person. Taught me a lot of shit. Taught me a lot about myself. I know what I was talking about, being a detective shit. So I'm trying to find all this shit out about this guy. And it's fucking hard. Like, it's hard. I'm sitting here, I don't like to ask people really, So I'm trying to figure it all about myself, and I'm kind of talking, and his brother talks to me, and little by little, I'm just using my little magic wand there and going, oh, let me just ask this question. Oh, thank you for that answer. You didn't know you gave me one. Thank you so much, And like literally, I was like going, this fucking guy's hard to find. Like I was trying to find exactly where this person lived because he was so deceptive about everything. So I wanted to prove to him that I could find anything out about you, you little fucktard. And I did. Thank you. You're welcome. But I will go to no end when somebody pisses me off enough and they fucking think that they can play me for a fool. Hell no. Hell no. Like some people think, oh yeah, I did. No, you didn't. If you even think you did, if you're in here, you know, you're not. You're only kidding yourself. Because to be honest with you, like she's just a useless piece of space to me. I'm so sorry. I'm still talking my way. Interesting. Most of them are okay. You already said that. I'm with your channel. I don't discount empaths and psychics. You know what? I just take everything as I don't care if there's aliens. I don't care if there's freaking Sasquatches. I don't care if there's the great freaking anacondas or those whatever in the water type of thing. Right? I just don't say no to shit because I know that when you have a closed mind, right? It's not good to have a closed mind. So some people are scientific. I'm not. Who cares about science to me? Sure, it comes into place. I'd rather use my gut feeling and my instincts any day, sometimes over that scientific crap, just because I think that this world is a nice place for balancing out, you know. Some people are really good at certain things, and sometimes people get caught up in that little box of thinking that things have to be this way in order for it to be explained to them. I'm telling you, get over yourself, get over your life. You got one life to live. YOLO. What the heck? Why limit it? Why limit it? Yeah. It's kind of like, okay, I'm just going to say this. I have a twin sister. Okay. I think most of you guys know this by now. And I'm sorry if she ever watches this, but she limits the people, these men that come in her life. Yeah. So by the time she goes through all the things that she doesn't want, the window of opportunity is about this big for a guy to come into her life. Whereas me, meh, and I would just dwindle it down. Oh, you're a fucktard, go away. Oh, I don't want you, type of thing. Yeah, yeah, type of thing. I would just, but it's like, I don't care. I don't care if you're butt ugly, you know. I don't care if I do care if you're a 12 because then chances are I don't even want to know you because usually they're arrogant. But I'm just saying, because usually the good looking guys are the arrogant ones. So you go with the average looking guy because he's typically that guy will be nice to you, you know. But the thing is that I do leave my window really big and huge. I don't really have, as long as you treat me good, as long as which my husband that I have now is. Thank you, husband. But anyway, as long as you treat somebody good and whatever, I don't give a shit if you're what people deem as a 5 or not. As long as you're just a good, wholehearted person. And that's my husband now. Thank you. Thank you, the gods that brought my husband to me. I feel like I deserved it, After 40 something years, I feel like I deserved it. The Green River. Oh, yeah, right. Right. The Green River Killer. Yeah. Aaron, this case will be solved and the head guy, mayor, chief of police will take credit and reelected. Oh, probably. Sonny, can you confirm the date? Oh, I'm sorry. What date? Oh, am I way back here again? Oh no, I'm not doing too bad. Sunny, can you straighten out the confusion about the date the girls were abducted? Well, what do you mean? Because they were taken on the 13th, February 13th. Is that what you mean? Can you straighten out the confusion about the date the girls were abducted? Well, they were abducted on the 13th of February. I agree, Sunny. I claim myself to be a very introverted empath. Oh, you're an introvert, huh? Meaning I keep to myself, but also 3 ADHD head case much. So you're an introvert. I love introverts because I like pulling them out of their being an introvert. I think introverts and extroverts sometimes are really good, like a really good match. One sec, I need a drink of water. I just didn't really want to look bad checking on like this big thing of Sunny D that really has water in it. Hey, you see that? Sunny D. Yeah. Okay. Um, some people, no, it wasn't the 12th at all. It wasn't the 12th. If they're saying the 12th, it's because they had too much to or drink. Okay. Seriously. 12th. No. Claim myself to be very introverted and psychic. Yeah. Like I said, I just, in my life, like I said, real life, I don't usually come on a YouTube channel and go, hey, let me just tell you who the BG is and da 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 da. In my real life, I look at situations and I just go, yeah, okay, that relationship's gonna end soon because you can tell that he's an asshole and da 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 da. And then it's just like, oh, what happened? Oh, you left him? Wonder why? And then I just go, do 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 do. Just things like that. And I'm just like, called it, called it. Well, that guy's a dick, and you're just, oh, really? So you didn't believe me when I said it? They always tell you to believe a Cancer. Yeah? Because a Cancer will always tell you who to stay away from. I happen to 100% agree with that. Because if I tell you not to fucking get to know somebody, I mean it. And it's because I'm trying to save you because I can see that that person's a fucking tard or an asshole or something like that or a cheater or whatever. So when I seen that comment one time, I was just like, so freaking true. Okay, did I miss anything? Does Kelsey have proof? Trail cams. A white car with paper plates was seen, but nobody saw her drop off. Who knows about the trail cams? I'm not even sure. You know, like I know that we all know that a certain person there, Aaron, was talking about that. I don't have the evidence of when outsiders last witnessed the girls. Many people have talked about the activity on the bridge that day. Well, find you a lady? Okay. Okay, I didn't say I was a miracle worker. Yeah? No. But I can send you some healing. I'll play with Pendy. Pendy, please. I'll talk to the gods for you. Yeah? Just depends. Do you limit yourself there, mister? Or are you open? Because some people say that I'm open. Bullshit. Okay. I'm the same, but everyone tells me to find the need to go against my warnings. So now instead of I told you so, I just say, well, I would have told you. Yeah, I know. Hey, 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 hey. Showing some cleavage there. And there. Yeah. Hey, my husband, if he watches it, he'll be like, no, you're not allowed to show nobody else your titties. Those are mine, he'd say. Yeah, because it's like he doesn't even like see this. He just sees those when I come home. That's it. It's just like, and I'm just like, yeah. Anyway, because even the other day when I was talking, oh, I shouldn't get into that topic. I'm sorry. I can pretty much talk about everything and be okay with it. It's okay. I just think of what he said to me. I'm going to tell you anyway. He was just like, yeah, I just met, he goes, I want to come home now and I miss your tits. And I'm like, hmm, hmm. You miss me? You miss just my tits. All right. Okay. I know, right? You have no idea. I wish I had two pillows that I could put my face between. I'm telling you right now. I wish I could be on cloud nine like that. It's just like if I could have a guy with those massive boobs too, I think I would like that. I think I would be sitting there on cloud nine. Am I so wrong in saying that? Considering we're talking, yeah, probably not. Just feel the need to clarify. I'm just the black sheep, and I'm highly Christian family. Here, let me just pull you over here so I have to look. And being the introvert mess, apparently I feel like an atheist, a strong word in my area. You know, atheist. I think that's what my mom said that we were, an atheist. It's someone you don't really have any particular belief, I think. Is that what an atheist is? I just remember my mom sending us to church to get us out of her face, get the freaking cookie. But she said that, no, sorry, that's not an atheist. That was a pro something with P. I don't know. What is an atheist again? Forget. It's been too long. Anyway, I think that no. So mine was like, I can't remember. All I know is like no, agnostic. No, 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 no. Um, oh my god, it's like right there. Come on out. P. It starts with P. Anyways, all I know is that for me, I don't really believe in anything in a sense when I say that. I'm not a Christian. I don't even think about the different things that people follow. I just know that I follow, or I believe that the person I am is how they talk about Buddhism. Because I find like Buddhism is exactly how I think about things. It's just very, to me, like laid back type of just be, good and decent. And I don't know. I just remember reading the Buddhism stuff and I was like, hey, that's me. And I know it's not like a church thing, it's just a way. And I was like, yeah, that's me. YOLO. Pro, proth, Protestant. That's what my mom would say we were, Protestant. Because I'd be like, Mom, like, are we whatever? And she'd be like, no, we don't believe in really anything. And I'm like, okay. She said, I just send you to church to get you out of my hair. Atheist just means not finding the evidence convincing. Oh, is that what that means? It's like I knew the word before. I haven't heard it in a while. And my brain, it's just really not tired. I might be good at some things, but there's other things out there I'm just not good at. And Protestant is a religion, right? My mom would say that we were Protestant, but we really weren't anything, to be honest with you. She just did it to get us out of her hair on Sundays. Delphi is a gun in one hand and a Bible in the other. It is the edge of the Bible Belt. Hey, we have a Bible Belt over here. A lot of those. Delphi is a gun. Yeah. Well, I know religion is a man. Oh, you guys, we can't talk about religion, by the way. You don't talk about religion, remember? What is it? You don't talk about religion and politics because those are surefire things to get arguments started. Dude. I was told that since I was a kid, and it's so true. Remember, I was having that conversation about your guys' guns over in the United States, and then all of a sudden it became like, whoa. So it's kind of like, I can talk about pretty much anything. And like someone could talk about anything they wanted to with Canada. I wouldn't care. I don't even give a shit, you know? Well, I know religion is a man-made thing, and you may not believe me, but you will very soon. Ooh, is that a mind meld? Fuck. Is that what that is? Well, I know religion is a man-made thing. But you will. It sounds so like. How about those motherfucker truckers? Yeah. It's funny, even the people though that were going for the truckers, I notice now are like, okay, enough already. like, because they're tired of their roads being blocked every weekend. Accreditation identity, but I do have issues when they aim one of those to do harm. Yeah, I honestly could care less what anybody is. But can I say one thing that I have truly noticed? Is that people really, I've seen this a lot, especially in Facebook groups. What I've noticed, and I don't give a shit if you're US, American, or Canadian, or whatever. What I notice is, well, let me put it this way: the USA definitely has does a lot more religion than I believe Canada does, but then you guys have like a lot more people. Um, but I really hate it when, and this is mostly Christians, by the way, um, is in the Facebook groups. You got some nasty ass bitches and assholes, and then they start, and this is what I call, and then they hide behind a Bible and start preaching, kind of like Barry Morphew, hides behind the Bible. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I murder my wife? Oh, right. Let me hide behind the Bible. But I just noticed that so many people that are so cruel and mean to other people, and then they start throwing out their religious shit as well. And you're like, really? I'm pretty sure you're not a good Christian then. Because if you're being that mean and talking to people like that and saying all that stuff, and then you're going to use the Bible, it's just amazing to me how many people throw up the Bible in front of them to act like they're this good person. Well, you're not showing you're a good person. So you best put that Bible down. Huh. I have, anyway, so authority is very popular, poor substitute respect, but respect is harder to buy. I don't think you would believe me if I told you. Well, you could tell me. You can always email me and tell me. I sound like a Republican. Do I sound like a Republican? I don't know. Anyway, we're not going to talk about politics and religion. No. All I wanted was the free damn ass cookie. And on Wednesday nights, we would go so that we could make shit. Other than that, oh, okay, not me. I was going to say, I voted once in my life, by the way. I'm a Canadian. I was going to, not that doesn't mean I can be a Republican, I guess. I'm not anything political. I'm a realist. I honestly just don't care about that shit, to be honest with you. I try to live in my bubble world of, I just try to live in my bubble world to wish that the world was a lot nicer place. Unfortunately, as the years go on, I keep realizing that the world is full of dicks and selfish people. And it's very disheartening when you watch the world around you and you literally watch people and you see how they talk to other people. And yeah, my bubble is pretty good. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I know the shit's out there, but I just choose to mostly stay in my bubble. Like, I've had people try to come in my bubble and I'm like, get the fuck out of my bubble. Like, seriously, I do not want to know you. You do not need to be my friend. Why? Because I don't really need friends, to be honest with you. I'm happy with my husband and myself and my 2 cats, my twin sister, and, the small nominal circle that I only allow to have happen. I don't need to feed off other people's egos or remarks, or I don't need, what's the word? Like, I don't need the gratification from others to know if I'm doing right things or good things or this things or that things. Don't need that stuff because I know what I'm doing. I know who I am. And I love my kitties too. Bambi and Montana. Big suck tits. All right, if you tell me, please don't laugh or think I'm nuts. I'm not going to think you're nuts. I know you're already nuts. So why would I think you're nuts anymore? No, just kidding. I know kitties are best. So are doggies too. If anything, yeah, okay, I already read that. But anyway, yeah. So, like I said, I know you guys, some of you guys think she's a hard ass or bitch or whatever. I don't care. I'm not even close to that, but I just get really tired of the negative people in this world trying to take away from the good people of this world. And after a while, you just lose your patience. And it's not even like I said, I'll be done and I'll get off and I'll be like, oh, that guy. Like, I'll be like, oh, Chris was a fucking asshole today, type of thing. But do I really hold it? Like, do I really stay angry at him? No. Gray Hughes is a dickhead, but do I really care? No. So I don't sit here and go, oh, let me just dwell on this. I just kind of laugh it all off, to be honest with you. Even if I block you, just because I can. And I'm just like, yeah, you know what? You're giving me a headache today. It's kind of a requirement around here. The good kind of nuts sound. Well, we like the good kind of nuts. So wait, Joey, are you going to tell us on here or are you going to send me an email? Which is it? Because I need to get off here soon. My ass is getting sore and I got to go to work. We got a busy week here. And then one of the girls I work with, she's leaving. And I really enjoy her. And it really sucks when someone you really like working with is leaving. And and then she found out she was pregnant too. Yay. I keep telling her it's a girl. Oh, you did just tell me? Wait. Did I miss something? I don't think you would believe me if I told you how you will find out. All right, if I tell you, please don't laugh or think I am nuts, okay? LOL. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. It's right there. Okay. See, I was taken with my parents at 6 years old and then off and on till I was 20. And they told me things about us. Great. I was taken with my parents. At 6 years old. And then on and off till you were 20. And they told me things about us. As in, when you say us, talking about me and you, are you talking about us? Like us creatures here. Oh, aliens. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. And so what else did this say? Hey, I believe that there's freaking ass aliens. People would be naive to think that there wasn't fucking aliens in this whole freaking spectrum of a never-ending infinity. Like we would be so egotistical to believe that we the only people around in all the freaking universe, that is just us here, humans, like bullshit. No way. There's no way in hell. There's probably people that got like 6 antlers coming off their head on one planet. We're probably like really strange and weird to people. Like, we would have to be pretty darn, like I said, closed-minded. Do you guys remember? Of course, you guys would remember. Like, I remember watching the whole Area 51. I remember watching people talking about aliens. So what gets me is like when you're seeing, they made us using the primates. I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, now you're nuts. It's primates. They made us using the primates and their DNA, and that is how we get different races. Well, Joey, I never thought of it that way. Never thought of it that way. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it that way. But it's kind of like myself. Is it plausible? Hell yeah. But I haven't even really deep dived into that. I thought we were like little dust spectacles or something like that morphed, like that we were started off as like dust. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know that some people look like monkeys. Like when I look at it, I'm like, okay. Wait. different races. Joe, do you watch American highly recommended? If you don't, yeah, lots of people act like them too. Janie, that's funny. You know, I just feel like I did my time with people. Um, Exiled. I just feel like I did my time with people. I spent a lot of time being the extrovert and doing things, going out. Took the kids everywhere, like my sister's kids and my son, and did all that stuff. I felt like I gave that part of the world already, and now I'm sick of you people for the most part. But see, but I love talking with people. I do. So, I mean, even when I'm at work, right? Everyone knows Sunny can spend the longest time with a person and I can get their whole life story if I want to, plus their credit cards and birth certificates and shit. Like, that's kind of the running joke, really. But I like talking to the people that I see that have the kind hearts because I know that they understand who I am and what I'm about. The idiots, the trolls, the fucktards, whatever you want to call them. I don't like dealing with them because those are the selfish persons, the absorb people, the haters, the mean ones, the mean-spirited ones. So they can try to call me and say that I'm mean-spirited all they want. Kiss my butt. We know who's mean-spirited ones. I might not be precious sometimes with my tongue at people, but I'm okay with that because I'm sick of dealing with those type of people, type of thing. I think I've done enough good in this world throughout my whole life that I can be forgiven for going off on somebody the odd time, because it's one of those things. Do unto others as they do unto you. That's exactly how I think. Do unto others as they do unto you. You come at me, I'm going to come back at you. If you're going to attack me, I'm going to attack you back. Not always. Sometimes I just go, whatever, you're not even worth it. But I just mean, expect that answer though. Do unto others as they do unto you. Um, I swear to God, too. Like this one guy. Okay, this one guy. I swear to God, he was a monkey. Sure, fucking. Oh, how do I say that? Yeah, he was a monkey. Let me just put it that way. I swear to God. Yeah. Oh God, you're having making me have memories. Ha! I'm nice, kind of, and walk with ladies across the road. I'm just a lot. Yep. Oh wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Jesus was an alien half-breed because they saw man make up religion. And when they saw we were not following the path, they sent him to try to get us on the right path. Oh, well, let me put it this way. I'm not sure about all that stuff, and that's okay because I really have no clue whatsoever. But when you're put on earth, it's to become a better person and it's to learn. And then you go back up there, and sometimes you choose to come back down here and try to be even a better person, you know. And so for me, I just feel like, okay, this life, like maybe I'll be a little shithead next lifetime. I don't know. But I just feel like this life, I've been a decent person. I learn a lot from people, stuff like that. I just feel the bottom line through any of our teachings is that we're supposed to truly love and be kind to one another and not all this bullshit of selfishness. Me, 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 me. Everyone is about me. This world is about money. This world will self-destruct itself because of just how greedy, like the priorities are so wrong. It's not even funny, but whatever. I'll be dead before, all that. And then I'll look down at you tards and I'll come kick somebody in the ass. But anyways, I just think that, I don't really think much. I just think this world, you just try to be a decent human being, and that's what life is. Life is to try to teach you how to be more loving, like the most unconditional love. And I'm not saying I could ever do that, because the most unconditional love is just like loving no matter what happens, and just seeing that loving side of of giving forgiveness. I'm not there yet. Maybe in the next life I'm forgiving and loving to a certain point, but I can't say that I unconditionally love. Meaning if somebody screwed me over and something like that real bad, I ain't gonna forgive you probably. you know, whereas probably someone says, well, look at their life and this is why they did that. And no. So, you know, I'm like not to the highest power of unconditional love. Besides for my son, of course. Okay. So we did that Jesus was a half-breed. I saw a UFO, by the way. Not even kidding. And they can't figure out what they are. I'll tell you, you know what? Now that you're saying this, oh my God, we're so off Delphi and onto UFOs and shit. Sonny, can you make a guess whether I'm having a boy or a girl? The sonogram. Oh, really? Oh God, now put me on the spot and watch. I'm going to be wrong. And then you're going to be like, oh my God, I don't even believe in Sonny anymore. Shit. Oh my God, I feel panicked. Okay, hold on. We're going to pull out the pendulum for a sec. Okay, pendulum. Is exiled having a boy? So circle for yes if it's a boy, and back and forth for no. Okay. Is exiled going to have a girl? Circle for yes. Okay, I would have said girl. Pendulum says girl to me, so let's go with girl. Okay, all right then. Tell me if I'm right. I'm not going to lie. I'm not the best guesser at birth things, but I tried pendulum. I'm not going to, I just kind of like, let me put it this way. I'm probably about 50-50 on my guesswork for that. I felt like under pressure there all of a sudden, but let's go with girl. Let's just go with girl. Probably going to be like, Sonny, you were so fucking wrong. You know what? Honestly, look at the Chinese birth chart. That should give you your answer right there. Anyways, if I'm right, I'm going to act like I'm the most special psychic ever. Okay. And that pendulum did it for us. They don't call them UFOs. They call them UAPs. Yeah, whatever that means again. Unidentified something. I don't know. The one thing I hated when they took me is when they brought me back. I always got mass nosebleeds. Oh, okay. So you're saying that you were taken. Oh. Wait, I saw about you. Okay. Yeah? Oh. You know what, public? Sorry. Right? It's like how the tide's twisted. It's Joey's fault, to be honest with you. I was clearly on a different path and then I got sidetracked by all this. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Hold on. There's still people more on. I feel boy the last time. Okay. Oh, you feel a boy. Yeah? Okay. Let's see, pendulum. Is peace not silence right or wrong? Circle for yes. Yeah, says you're wrong. Let's just see if you are. Okay. Now we're just going to have to see who's right or wrong here. Wait. I got to remember who was the one exiled did. So exiled. I said girl. Okay. P said boy. Pendy says peace is wrong. That's probably a normal thing, right? Because Sonny should be always right. Okay. There's still a God, our creator of aliens. Hey, public, listen with your ears, okay? Okay. You're not just here for freaking Delphi. You're here to learn a little bit too. And we will never die we are energy. That's all you guys need to know. We are energy. Will you see your loved ones after this? Yes. And you know what? It's not even going to be in the same manner. But you know what? Yes, we are balls of energy. I'll tell you. Because I talk to dead people. Anyways, because I know. I had my experience. I'm good with that. I know. That's why I talk to my mom all the time and that. I know. Like, and why not? Why believe we just die? How boring would that be anyway? Oh. Well, exiled, if you had a ball of belly. Okay, so I gotta tell you guys this, okay? Enough about your guys' stories. My story now. And then I gotta get going. Oh, is that what it's called? Unidentified aerial phenomenon. Really? Why don't they just call it right? Unidentified flying object. This is like this whole thing. Why do they need to make it more confusing? Why do they need to fix something that ain't broke? Like, why? UFO. Okay. Anyways, so I was, I would say I was 18, 19. And at this point, I was living with my ex, Dion. Okay. Fuck, my ass is sore. Oh, you got such vulgar language, Sonny. Anyways, so, so me and my guy at the time, whatever. Well, he, to be honest with you, I married him for 2 years, but we were together for 11. He was an abusive mother, I'll tell you that much. Anyways, verbally and physically. So, all you ladies, no, 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 no. Anyways, so we pull up to our apartment, and Dion and his brother Les are drunk as fucking asses. They were just so drunk. So, okay, I know what you're thinking. What the hell are you doing when you just literally said that you pulled up and drove and these guys are as drunk as skunks? You're right. Well, what the fuck was I thinking, to be honest with you? Anyways, so, but no matter how drunk I am, it doesn't matter. I'm still normal. And I was drunk, but I wasn't like, I still, everything around me, I noticed. So Dion and his brother are literally like hand in hand, like arms around each other going, oh, you fucking having fun at the party, fucking. And I'm just like looking up into the sky. And I'm like, holy shit, what the hell is that? Okay. So I look up in the sky. I see this triangle shaped aircraft that had like these big round lights underneath of it. I think it was like three. It was like a triangle. And this thing, you did not hear no noise, okay? It was only for the fact that I looked up in the sky. And when I tell you, you know that feeling of when you look up and you're like, oh, I could almost reach up and touch that? That's exactly what it was like, okay? So this is back when I was, like I said, about 19, itchy head, okay? But anyway, yeah, so I look up in the sky and I see this thing and there's no noise. And I'm like, what the hell? It looks like it's like 3, 4, 3 apartment levels high type of idea. And so I'm hearing no noise and I'm watching this thing and I'm like, you know, Dion, like look up. But they're too fucking ass drunk. And I'm just like, you guys, like, look up. Literally, too drunk. And I was pissed because I'm like, what the hell is this? So anyway, this thing is just flying over, no noise. It got like, I think 6 lights for sure, but it's been so long. I could show you it if I pull up a picture type of idea. And so then it just glides and then goes really fast and then it's gone. And I'm just like, what the fuck was that? So, this is before internet shit and all this telephone shit. Okay. So I was kind of waiting to hear something or read it in the newspaper about this sighting, about what the hell was up. Like, was it some sort of, you know what it reminded me of? What's that? Shit, can't think of the word. What's that? That silencer kind of, can you guys, hold on. Sonny, that was, what you saying? Sonny, that was them to show you. Sonny, that was them you saw, but some of the people's see now are ours. Okay, I think I understood this. But yeah, so what's that? What's that aircraft that they use that's silenced and it's just so I was thinking it was like one of those, but there was no fucking way. Like this thing was like, I just looked up in the sky and it was just like there. Like without even like, it's not way up there. We're just talking, it was there right above me. But about, how it's like I said about, like think of like, for instance, the Eiffel Tower. Okay. That's how it felt. As if I looked up to the top of the Eiffel Tower pretty much. And there it was. Actually, that's probably about the right height, to be honest, if I think about it. But yeah, so I look up and I'm just like seeing this thing. And I'm just like, of course, like I said, I just waited to look. It just always, stealth. Thank you, Janie. It was a stealth, I thought. But this thing was flying so low. It was weird. And it was just weird. There was like no sound. Anyways, I'll never forget it because it was just weird. And it pissed me off that they were so drunk. that, wait, who said peace? Thank you. Oh, wait, heartbeat was 161. My guess also. I think you got it, but I'll let you know for sure. I'll discuss that when you email me, and I'll give you my number for text and make it easier. Fine. I'll let you into my life on there. But anyways, yeah. So that was my crazy story about the UFO thing. So whatever, right? I mean, like I said, maybe I'm an alien. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not. All I know is I just never say never to anything. I think there's enough out there to show us. What always usually seals the deal for me if I'm talking is when I'm watching shows. Okay. And this is kind of like here. People are like, you know, you're not no forensics specialist. You're not no handwriting expert, right? So if I was that person, so I get it. I get it that people are saying that. But yet if I said I was a specialist in a sense, or a forensic specialist and da 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 da, all of a sudden people would be like, oh, you better listen to her because she knows what she's talking about. You know? But same thing happens when I'm watching shows. It's like the average Joe, I'm apt not to believe. But yet, if you have, like a colonel sitting there or somebody in high power talking about aliens, that are putting themselves out there to the public to be humiliated, that's when I always go, yeah, there's something to this. Because no Air Force captain or commander or, well, we'll say, I hate to use the word judge because obviously I have to judge Fouts, but do you know what I mean? It just really seems beyond there. It just really seems hard to believe that they would put themselves out on the line to look like idiots. So when they have quite a few of those in the documentary, most people do not want to be made to look like fools. That's why most people don't come on and do lives. They kind of want to hide behind an avatar because that's the way they like to do it. And that's not necessarily the case though, but meaning a lot of people don't like to come on lives. They're just happy sitting in the chat and watching and listening, but they don't really put themselves out there. It's anywhere only. And you know what? I'm not even gonna knock it. I mean, it could possibly be absolutely true. I just know that our spirits carry on. That your loved ones, you just need to talk to them. That's it. You just need to talk to them like they're still there, because they are still there. Um, yeah. So it's just like, certain things became like, sorry, I gotta keep yawning. Hold on. It's not like I'm against that theory there, to be honest with you. I was having a vape too, all those back there. The aliens are going to show themselves very soon, and very possibly true. Like, who am I to say no? Oh, hi, Sheila. Oh, Sheila, what such bad timing. Who's getting off now? Who's getting off? Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, so we went from talking about Delphi to the last part of it being about, some religions, some UFOs, some, YOLO. What else do you guys want to talk about? The birds and the bees? Oh, yeah, we talked about the birds and the bees. That was Exiled is going to be having a girl. Wouldn't it be? Heck, I'll see you go back there. Oh, so look at that. There's a twin hiding right behind. That's me, all right. We are into, yeah, we're into aliens for the moment, but like it's 2:00 and I have to be up for, well, not too bad. I get up at 9:00. So that's like 7 hours if I go to bed now. But I always know that I'll wake up around 4:00, and then I sit on my iPad for a little bit because I'm not tired. I'm scared for Ukraine. Why? Ow, my ass hurts. I'm tired of sitting now. Why are you scared for the Ukraine? I have to be up. Joey, get your ass to bed. What time is it, Joey? There you go. It's almost 4 there. What time is it where you are, Joey? Is it? You know what? I don't actually watch the news. So if there's something going on over there, I legitimately don't watch the news. Are they? Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at you guys. We're all sitting here probably like, sunny too. I can feel you guys all yawning. It's making me yawn. Really? Okay, wait. So Russia's bombing the hell out of the Ukraine. And why are they doing it? I'm sorry, I literally do not watch the news. Unless it's to do with something that pops up in my feed. I literally do not watch the news for this reason. If I'm gonna blow up one day, I'll blow up. But the world is like so full of shit. Good night. Okay, you're making me yawn. Exile, say good night to our little girl too. Russia wants. Oh no. We don't want Soviet Union shit. No. Fuck that. Oh my god. So Russia wants to put back this. What isn't that like? So they want to be like China, kind of, where they just tell everybody what to do, how to live their lives, and dictate to them. Good night. Good night. Who's ever leaving? Yep, numbers are dropping. There we go. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Putin wants to get all the countries back under him. So is USA sticking their noses into it? Or are they just watching right now? Yeah, Putin is, yeah. Good night, Joey. Yeah, so tell me. Fuck me. Okay. Yeah, so tell me, how is US? What are they doing? Yes, you are. You're putting your nose into it? Hmm. America is in for the oil and gas. See, my thing about this is I get torn because at first I remember when the um what was it? Iran-Iraq war happened there, and then US went in there. And something that you thought was just going to be like a few months or whatever turned out to be 20 ass fucking years long, you know? And it's kind of like, yeah. So I kind of get torn on that because it's kind of like, how do I say this without insulting the US? Is that Canada's always, or I think the world kind of knows that it's kind of like, like the US and Soviet Union were always kind of like, like the big guns in a sense. And it was kind of like, of course, if we went to war with Russia, that, US would back Canadians up, you know, and we'd offer out our boat and our planes, a couple planes, stuff like that. Yep. See you, Joey. Take care. But I was inside about we can change it. So I guess it's kind of like, the way it's been thought of is that that the US kind of buds in their nose into everything in a sense. And it's kind of like I said, that war turned out to be 20 years and a lot of deaths and a lot of people died. And yet I get for the fact that, like as we live like this now, in what we call like being freer to do things and have rights and stuff like that. And there's all these places that don't, you know. But it's kind of like, whenever there's like the Soviet and the US, you used to almost like, especially when you were younger, you were just fearful that there was going to be World War III, you know, because that's how you saw it. You just saw it like, oh my God, these two places, like, we're going to die type of fight. Yeah. So sometimes I get torn on, is it really um, the right of others to, you know, like to keep fighting the battles of other countries in a sense, but yet by the same token, it's like, I can't believe that people are treated like they're peons and like they're dictated to by the same token. Yeah. Well, I mean, we definitely don't want there to be another Soviet Union. Like, why can't people just fucking get along? Like, why, right? Why? I don't know. I always just get torn. War sucks. And you always wonder how big it's going to get. Um, no. And usually the Brits are usually like right there standing behind whoever's getting picked on. Are the Brits involved as well yet? Anyway, that's really sad. We definitely don't want to see another Soviet Union happen. You know, honestly, can I say something? I didn't really know much about how Brits are NATO. Yeah, I didn't really realize, like, Chinese, how much they were dictated to. Like, I just knew Chinese to be like, that's where a lot of clothing comes from, and everyone freaking Chinese made. I didn't realize until the COVID that, like, only because I don't pay attention to the world shit. I didn't really know that they were like basically dictated to like that. It just always seems so wrong that people are controlled like they're little peasant paupers, where it's everyone's right to be an individual and a person. And then, like, at least here, like in Canada, US, normal places, it's just like, we're just so used to it being this way. It doesn't even dawn on me how crazy other people live in these other parts of the world where they're like dictated to. Like, we all saw what happened with COVID and how people were disappearing, like how the government controlled the whole story. And if you said anything, you were punished and stuff like that. I just think it's so crazy. I don't understand why the world just can't get along, for fuck's sakes. Why not? I don't get it, you know? But no, but of course, evil. Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to listen to that and see what's going on there. Because like I said, I don't watch the news. I don't read the newspaper. And I never would ever think I would ever involve myself in true crime because again, it hurts my heart to know that people, um, live in these like, I choose not to think about it, to be honest, probably more so, that people live in such bad conditions in places around the world. And I don't like to hear about death, and I don't like to hear about children, especially, being harmed. Um, right. Exactly. So it's usually thought of like when the US involves themselves, always in the back of my head. It's like, okay, so is this going to be one of those big ass wars? You know? I know. And just so many innocent, like, I just don't get it. Like I said, like, I can't sit there and tell you why all these wars were happening, like with Iran and Iraq and stuff like that. But it's like I said, like all these like Hitlers of the world type people to me. Like I said, it's almost like, what's his name? Not Osama bin Laden. Um, what was the other guy that got killed? Um, fuck, I can't think of his name. Yeah, what's his name? Anyway, but anyway, he was like, like I said, like people are little peasants, little peons, like they could just kill women, beat women if or if you, go out and you don't have your sheiky thing on or whatever and stuff like that, being controlled, like it just seems so weird and wrong. And I know that's other people's religions, but I'm sorry. It just bugs me when like, well, women can't do this or women can't do that or they're dictated to. It just seems so wrong. Yeah, then thank you. Saddam Hussein. Yeah, remember his ass got blown up? Finally. They were looking for him everywhere. Yeah. Anyways, I'll have to catch up and listen to that, I guess, and just kind of see what's going on. I just choose to stay away from that stuff, and I haven't seen anything in my feeds. My feeds are typically the stuff that I'm watching. Well, I mean, just on, the internet here. Oh, yeah, everything that pops up yeah, he was a bad guy. There's a lot of bad guys. Yeah, same, like, it basically, when I open up my YouTube, it's mostly just showing Canada and COVID, um, anything to do with usually murders or any, that thing where it's tracking you and it's showing you the videos or things that you're interested in or whatever. So I haven't seen anything about this, or I've not heard one person even talk about it. But then again, I walk to work, takes a couple minutes. I work with, you know, 4 other people, well, 3, and that's pretty much it. So if they're not talking about it and they're the youth, but then I don't even know that it's going on until somebody would say, like you did, and talk about it. Hmm. Oh, 4 hours stream. What the hell? Okay. Well, anyway, I need to bring this conversation to a close. My head's spinning round, round, round. Yeah, it's 2:08. So you guys get to bed. I'll get to bed. Some people are just waking up. I didn't start watching this stuff in politics until Trump became a dictator, and let everyone, you know, I think of Trump this way, and I don't care if you're a Trump lover or not, to be honest with you, because this is my point of view. To me, the stupid thing. To me, Trump in power was the biggest joke that I felt was played on. Like, it felt like it was just a joke. Like, I think as Canadians, we literally thought, you're making coffee. It was just like, really? Like, this is how bad it's gotten in the US, that Trump is legitly running the country, that arrogant and narcissistic. Like, like, it was almost like comical because you just couldn't believe that that was happening. But yet, by the same token, I couldn't stand Hillary Clinton either. So I was like, which one do not like more? The narcissist jerk off or the lying bitch? I don't know. So I was kind of torn there because it's not like you guys had some impeccable people there, you know? And the way that Trump acted, what an embarrassment as a human. Like the stuff that he said on Twitter, I felt like it was a kid stomping his feet. It just seemed really odd. I was happy he did not get reelected. And let me just tell you this for you guys. I personally, some of you guys might be Trump lovers. I don't care. That's fine. If I offended you, I'm so sorry. We shouldn't be talking about politics anyway. I just thought that that was one of the, like, somebody just literally was like, we literally have nobody, so we're going to choose Trump because it's better than having the, because I'm sorry, Hillary Clinton, the minute she opens her mouth, I'm so sorry, is that the minute verbal diarrhea walks out of it. She is such a liar, that woman. Like, you can see she is such a liar. So it's like, do you have the person that's just an outward asshole or the inward liar? That's how I felt anyway. I don't know what you guys feel about our prime minister. I just like looking at him because I think that he looks pretty good. Even if his mouth's open, when he's talking, I don't know. He's just, I don't know. I think our prime minister is kind of good looking. What do you guys think of our prime minister? Do you guys think he's a jerk off? Or do you actually like I just kind of look at him, that's it. Yeah, he's hot. Is he not, Janie? Like, seriously. Like, his dad was Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And so the joke of it was when his dad, like, Christian or whatever. Anyways, the joke of it was Petro Canada, which is a gas station, was Pierre Elliott Trudeau rips off Canada. So you have Justin Trudeau. And I'm just like, dude, you are eye candy. About freaking ass time someone hot was elected. I don't know. It could be the wave in his hair. I don't know. I just like looking at him. Nothing wrong about that. I mean, I don't even pay attention to really what he fucks up in our country. I know he's kind of fucking up with the truckers, I think, right now, but whatever. That shit will work itself out eventually. If who gets reelected? IP Mo. If who gets reelected? Yeah, it looks good, right? Melanie Trump was making googly eyes. Well, you know what? He is not bad to look at. His father wasn't exactly hot to look at, but I just don't know. I'm not even a fan of the French language, to be honest with you. I find it more of an irritating sound to my ear than French. But when he speaks, I'm just sitting there going, I don't even give a shit what you're talking about, dude. I'm just listening to you right now. And then I look over to my husband going, it's okay, husband. Seriously, nothing to be jealous of. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. He still has. So what do you guys think of, just to ask you, because I don't know. What do you guys think of your guys's, who the hell's in your guys's president now? What's his name? That old guy? That looks like he's about to freaking die and drop off. You guys like him? Yeah. I'd rather listen to Spanish, to be honest with you. I know it's similar to French. I just find that French kind of hurts my ears a little bit. But so does the British females. They kind of hurt my ears a little bit. Because it's just a high-pitched sound on there. Oh, yeah, Biden, that guy. Yeah, that's it. You guys like Biden? I mean, he's better than Trump, right? Joe Biden, that's it. Sorry, I did know his name, but I couldn't think of it. You like him? Yeah. He seems like everybody's grandpa, that guy. But you know what? Doesn't matter what prime minister or president it is. All they do is feed you guys shit all day long, regardless. Like, do you know what I mean? That's just the way it works. It's kind of like, that's why they're all the little people around them and stuff like that. They make all those promises. And then it's just like, all right, did I say that? Oh, okay. I best keep a couple of my promises. LGBT. Okay. I personally like him helping the LGBT. I think you forgot the Q. Minorities, but he needs to get us some stimulus. Yeah, to be honest with you, I haven't paid attention to what Biden's been doing. Trump was hard not to because the guy just made an ass of himself all the time. Yeah, you're right. Embarrassing. That's exactly how I felt, that he was an embarrassment. I mean, don't get me wrong. He reminds me of like a Simon Cowell somewhat. Trump is just a full on narcissistic. I say that my older sister, her name is Paula. I think that, and so whenever I hear the name Paula, I cringe because I really hate hearing that name. But anyways, my sister Paula, I always compare her that she's the female Trump because she's such a narcissist and she's so full of herself. Like, honestly, she's an evil. Peace, not silent. Yes, Biden knows what he's doing and he doesn't. Well, I mean, he's old enough. All day watching Fox News. I know, tweeting out, right? Tweeting out like a child. That's what that seemed like. Like he was a little child. Oh, what's this? The Devil's Play G2 is now following you. Yeah, I'm sure. Probably that psycho Leah House that's made a different account. Yeah, I'll probably have to block that person just because Trump will be. Oh yeah, right. Because there was some shit going on with that. It wasn't there with him lying or something like that. Oh, what was he lying about again? What was it that he was lying about? Was that the whole Russian thing, or what was that about? I forgot. When I hit send, my phone takes off the QIA plus, even though I add it. Oh, yes, his taxes and his property values. Yeah, he's a total ass scammer. Absolutely. Like that. I mean, honestly. Yeah, the guy's like fraudulent. He's one of those people that thinks he's above everybody and everything, you know? But you honestly believe that he's going to end up in jail? Like, honestly? Fouch should be in jail, to be honest with you. If they investigated him properly. Bet you any money that guy should be in jail. But he's not. No, he still does the lawyer, still working at Purdue. Shit, he lies about everything. Literally. Oh my God, yeah. He's such a narcissist. If there was ever a narcissist that I've watched, in a sense, it's him. He inflated the value of his properties to get bigger loans. Yeah, I remember actually watching a documentary. I mean, I think he's claimed bankruptcy like shit. I can't remember what the number was. If it was like 7, 11 times. We was taking my 7-year-old granddaughter to the circus, and she screamed and cried. And I asked her what she said because I don't want to see Trump. Yeah. Yeah, IP, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, right? You don't even have to, he just oozes narcissist. He just oozes, like, okay, I'm not going to lie. Like, when he was giving digs at Hillary Clinton, when they'd have those debates, watching the two of them, so you have the little baby Trump making his comments towards Hillary, and Hillary trying to be the, but she couldn't help herself. She couldn't help herself because a little boy's attacking her with all this shit. So to kind of watch them together do their little thing or whatever, it was kind of hilarious because it was almost like having this high class person with this Trump who has all this supposed money and casinos and hotels, you know, and it was just like watching a 2-year-old attacking like your grandma. I couldn't stand looking at her, but watching the two of them on their debates, that was just like pure heaven right there. Because it was just funny. It was just funny and comical. But the Republicans love him. Yeah. Yeah. We just, honestly, we're just, over here, we just don't overly give two shits about who's selected, really. Like, yeah, okay. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not felt the same way. It's just more of a, okay, who's up? Who's running up the Green Party? This party, this. Yeah, okay. The oil-filled people will vote for the um, conservatives. You know, that type of thing. And then it's just like, oh, okay, Trudeau asshole made it to, whatever. And I'm just like, I don't care. He's good to look at. And, he's the one that brought pot, made it legal. So everyone that smoked pot, that's what got him elected, because everyone that smoked pot knew that they were like, sweet, right on. The oil field workers hated him. Yeah. Oh my God, I need to shut up. Okay. But Trump was an autocrat. I want us to stay a democracy. I don't know what the hell an autocrat is. I don't know. Oh, auto, like automobiles. Is that what that means? Autocrat? And it just looks like it's something that would make sense. Auto. I could be so wrong. I don't know. Just answer me that before I go. Trump tears keep hitting. Okay, so wait. Trumpers keep hitting on me. Then I ask if they are Trumpers, and they automatically get all defensive. Everything I want. So hit on that, mofo. Why don't they? I'm so glad I have family in Mexico. I always got a way out. Huh. Okay, is that what an autocrat is? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I learned a new word today, autocrat. Anyways, I need to get going to bed, you guys. He's oh really? He's cheering him on? What an idiot. What an idiot. All right. Okay, you guys. Look at, see? Tired. Very tired. I gotta go to bed. 222. It's 222. Time for Sunday to go to bed. You guys, thank you guys for watching. Yeah, and if somebody gets bored and doesn't want to watch the last part of it, oh well, it's there anyway. If you don't want to, don't watch it. But thank you guys for joining me on this and watching that with me. I'm just going to put that link one more time in chat in case anyone wants to go rewatch it. Paranormal Zone TV. So thank you very much, Noreen from Paranormal TV, and Angela Thomas. Again, nice to hear that our thoughts were along the same lines. Sheila, have a great night or good morning to you. Enjoy your coffee. And yeah, so thank you, Jamie and IP and anybody else that's still in here watching me. Not so peace, not silence. Probably yours, whoever else. Okay, guys. Have a good night. I'm going to go to bed. Okay. Oh, see, I love you. Thank you. Air kisses. Air hugs. No, air kisses.